Yo. Hello. Hello, my subjects. Guys, I'm having a hell of a day on Twitter right now. It's so good. Also, I had like on Maximum Clips, they released a clip of me talking about personal loot yesterday, and the comments are so fucking funny, man. I swear, dude, I don't know if it's the WoW YouTube audience or like how many people are completely unable to like feel any nuance in anything. Some of the comments were insane, especially near the bottom, but maybe I'm cherry picking. Like when you go to the bottom of any YouTube comment section and it's not pruned, it's just going to look like total crazies. We filmed a good potty C yesterday. I did my like semi-annual Um, I did my, which by the way, does semi-annual mean once every 2 years or twice a year? Or is it one of those things where it can kind of be both? Okay, well, I mean it in twice a year. I did my like twice yearly, like clearly bait, fuck remove all add-ons from my game type beat. And it's getting people so good, man. There's a couple quote tweets that were so fucking funny. Is this raid's theme better than Ulduar? I mean, it's just totally like totally subjective, right? Like let's pick a couple popular themes, right? Like dark fantasy versus like some kind of like really bright or maybe like steampunk, right? So those are two distinctly different but, you know, kind of cool fantasies. Dark fantasy and steampunk. You could have a raid in WoW be a perfect dark fantasy raid and a perfect steampunk raid, and when you ask which theme is better, I mean, what are you even talking about? It's just like, it kind of just depends on what your shit is. Some people love dark fantasy, some people love steampunk, I guess. You know, it's totally subjective. Max, would you ever make a raid leading Bible / book if you could monetize it and it would be worth your time? I wouldn't really care about monetizing it, but I would. I mean, I kind of have done that. I probably need to update it, but like when I first made my YouTube channel, I did that. I like made a bunch of YouTube videos that were like specifically for raid leading, and I think they were really good, although they're probably outdated. I made, like, it was a long time ago, like years and years ago when I did that, like 4 years ago maybe. But like they got very little viewership because like it's just one of those things where like it's probably really good content for raid leaders, but like who's actually trying to consume raid leading content? There's not that many raid leaders. It's a small minority of people, but it might be really good content for those minority of people. It's kind of like making class talk videos, you know? They're not really well viewed, but because there's not a lot of people who play that class, but for the people who play that class, it's great content. Like people who watch it, they love the content, but not a lot of people watch it. For every guild, there's a raid leader, and there's probably thousands of us, if not tens of thousands. Yeah, but that's small. You know what I mean? Like, you can look at it a different way. For every 20-man raid group, there's one raid leader. Or maybe 2 or 3 people in the group that would maybe be interested in caring about or learning about raid leading in any way. So you're marketing and creating an audience. Like, generally speaking, I'm catering to the WoW audience, but then I'm splitting it not only into the WoW audience, but specifically raiders, and then also specifically people who care about raid leading. So you're talking about, like, you're making a video that caters to maybe, if you're lucky, like 5 to 6% of the overall viewer base you could be getting, which is why the views are low, right? By that logic, we don't need tank guides either. For every 20-man raid group, there's only 2 tanks. Actually, you know what's kind of interesting is tank guides or tank content is usually really well viewed. Like for a long time, if you looked at like popular WoW streams, do you think it was a coincidence that they were almost all tanks and healers? Like there was very few DPS really big streamers. Like I'm talking like 5 years ago. It was like me, Towley, Sloot, Sko before he stopped streaming. Like this is like many years ago. The reason why is because when you're a DPS, you're like a mage, you know? There's very few DPS content creators that are like, you know, can cover a lot of DPS. Now they exist, they're just much more rare because like usually if you're a mage, you want to consume main mage content. If you're a warlock, you want to consume warlock content. But if you're a tank, kind of all tanks go to all tanks. So as a tank, you get like 6 classes in one. And for most DPS, you just don't. So it's actually, even though there's way less people who tank in the game, it's actually more efficient because the class stops mattering. At least it used to be like that. And same thing for healers as well. What is it? Couldn't that be because you were better entertainers? Yeah, I mean, it could be totally just like totally random. Like if you ran the simulation over a bunch of different times, maybe the same people are entertaining and they just play other things. You know, like for sure is that yeah, but how about like a structuring guidebook on how many officers to have, how to delegate tasks, how many chefs to bring? I have done that. Kind of. Except there is no answer to like how many officers you should have. It could be a lot or a little as long as everything is covered. I haven't thought about officers in a while. I could do it now. I could just like make it up. But I'm pretty sure you want like as many. I think for an officer, it doesn't really matter how many you have. It's like the number one most important thing for an officer is that they are respected by the raiders. Like this is non-negotiable. Like no matter how much grunt work they want to do or busy work that you need done, if they're not respected by the raiders, I think it is a horrible decision to make them an officer, straight up. So they need to be respected by the guild, and they need to be willing to like put in some extra work basically. And that's basically it. So that means you have 3 officers or 6 officers, as long as you follow that guideline, I don't think it matters. You don't need to be vocal. You don't, none of that. Has the food menu already been decided? Dude, I don't know. I'm actually astro tilted right now because for every raid so far, I have been able to go to the facility when all my teammates get there. I have my setup already there. And I can like work on things while also talking to people. It's very efficient in helping us prepare for the raid, especially when it's only days away. And somehow this time, due to mismanagement of some kind, I can't set my stuff up in the liquid facility until like fucking Sunday or something instead of like today. Even though all of our team is getting there tomorrow. And that fucking sucks. Hate it. Hate it real bad. Big mad about it. Not good. Max, can we get a Twitch unban request stream after the race? Sure. How many analysts? How many should a guild have? None, man. How many chefs? How many private chefs does a guild need? Yeah. If a dobby dobs in the forest but nobody hears it, is it still a dob? That's a good question, because I was throwing an absolute fit yesterday to anyone at Liquid who had listened to me about this, and no one did anything. So my dobs were not loud enough. They did not actually happen. At maximum, I love your energy, man. I'm trying to be more like you every day. Wait, are you flaming me because I'm kind of throwing a tantrum right now on stream? So you're like, yo, man, I fucking love these tantrum vibes. I'm trying to be like you, dog. What do you mean? Come on. How would you rate your confidence this tier from 1 to 10? Bro, how do people want me to answer dumbass questions like this? That's like asking me, what's the other one people ask me? Like how do you think this other guild will do this tier? That's the one. That's the one, bro. Fucking like, hey Max, Method looked good last year. How do you think they'll do this year? What do you mean? How could I know this? I feel very confident that we are really good at figuring out problems that are set in front of us and solving them quickly and killing raid bosses and shit. We've been doing it for a long time. This raid will probably be like that because that's what they're all like. And then you'll find out next week, you know? Like, I don't know what to tell you. We're used to this shit now. We know what to do. What boss are you most excited to progress? Well, the easier answer is Gallywix, the last boss. But of the bosses that we like have actually seen, dude, honestly, I don't like none of them stick out to me as like super bangers. They're all like kind of fine. So I don't know. I don't know if there's any boss that's like I can't wait to do this. They all just seem like they're bosses. What is it? Bro, you turbo dunked on Echo last year. The people want to hear we're going to dunk them again. But that doesn't mean anything. Like, it doesn't mean anything. Like, saying we're going to own people before we actually do it means literally nothing. It doesn't... It's pointless. It has no effect on anything. Not really in the retail loop, but when does the race start? The race starts next Tuesday, but because of the way they're releasing it, it's basically an abridged heroic week. So, like, technically the race starts next Tuesday, but realistically, as most of you would expect, the race is probably going to start like next Thursday or Friday. It's like a week from today, basically. Max, since so many Race World first raters really don't enjoy preparing this many characters, have you ever considered making it? Oh, okay. For someone who's new to watching the scene, is it better to watch your channel or the Liquid channel? If you're new, I mean, I'm not the best person to answer this question. Probably the best person to answer this question is someone in the chat who was new and has been watching races, and then maybe has hopped around streams, and they can give you their perspective. But I'm pretty sure if you're new, you want to watch like the Liquid stream, because like the casters are kind of explaining it to you. Like, that's the point, right? Also, like, if you look at like Liquid's here, let's see. So Team Liquid. So if you look at their stream layout during the race, hopefully I can find like a race video here. I don't really know how to do this, but no videos found for past broadcasts. Okay, so what can I find here? No, I'd like show me some like gameplay here. Okay, so it's looking like we're not gonna have anything. Okay, here we go. So perfect. So this is World First Answer X. So what you'll see here is like, okay, if you're a new player, you know it can be confusing when it's popping around UIs a lot and everyone's UI is different. I was trying to explain this to my girlfriend recently, who's like doesn't really understand WoW because she hasn't played it. So like I was trying to explain, I'm like, damn, it's kind of confusing because it keeps jumping from perspective to perspective, and the health of the boss and the player are in different spots, and the health of your teammates look different. But like on the Team Liquid stream, you see a bunch of stuff. You see a standardized raid frame with people's actual names, right? And then, except Shaq is Big Poppy on here for some reason. It makes no sense, but... and then also it standardizes the health. It shows you how long into the encounter you're at. It shows you our best possible pull before this, and it shows you how many total pulls you've had, what phase you're at, and then it has like a progress bar on the bottom that constantly is moving. In my opinion, if you're a new person and you kind of understand video games, I think this is like, and also up at the top, it shows you like what boss you're on, how many bosses you've gone, where other guilds are at. It's all in one place. Where if you're watching my stream, it's At least one thing that's consistent in my stream is that I'm always, well, usually always watching the same perspective. So like you don't actually have to learn the different POVs thing. You're just always watching one. But like it can be, if you're a newer viewer, it can be kind of hard to understand what phases mean and what a pull means. And casters kind of explain all of that to you. But I think what history has showed us is that if you have a baseline understanding of all of these things, I think generally speaking, people prefer to listen to the comms of like listening to us figuring stuff out. It's one step away from being amazing content. I genuinely think the viewers on my channel would probably double if you not only got to watch, but you got to watch right now, but you also got to see what I'm Discord streaming to our players after every single pull. And like going over the strategy and like watching a VOD and pointing out what someone did wrong or right. Like that would literally double the content. It would be so much fucking better. But obviously we can't show that for obvious reasons. So, still though, like watching the stream, you still hear the conversation happening when it goes with that. You just don't actually get to see the actual like movement and stuff, the raid plans and the VODs. But I still think people do prefer that. Like the only reason I think even now that Echo's stream like gets more viewers than their main player streams is they don't have, like they often don't stream comms. Like we've actually learned this because we did a stream we did a tier where we muted comms a lot. I think it was Vault. Because it was the first tier I got the mute button functionality and I just used it too much and viewers literally plummeted. Like that purely showed to me that a lot of the quality in the broadcast of my broadcast is the comms, because when we muted them, the viewers just completely left. So I think that's why, but I don't know. I could see like a reason why you would watch both. There's a reason they both exist. I think they're doing different things. I think what a lot of people do is they bounce between them, because also the Team Liquid channel on like long pulls on a boss will have better content, right? So like sometimes when you're watching, you'd have to be a real WoW rating purist to enjoy watching us pull the same boss for 8 hours plus in a day, and you're watching every little micro adjustment we do and really appreciating that. But the main channel breaks all that up with a bunch of content, right? Like literally what happened last raid is I think they did, there's probably a bunch of views of this. First of all, I do an interview on there every day where the casters get to ask me whatever they want. They also did Tettles went on a date with Cams dressed as Xalatath, which was just premium cursed content. I don't know if they have other like VODs here of stuff they did, but like Cams and Floating Dratnos did like a Dora the Explorer adventure around Dragonflight, which was just, again, just insanely peak cursed content, right? Like, so I think stuff like this on a really long boss, like look, we're on Ansarek, we're at 63%. We were probably within 10% of this on a whole day, you know? Max, is there a software you wish existed like Raid Plan? I mean, there's definitely a world where there's like a really easier way to use thing than Raid Plan, I suppose. But I don't know, it works. Blurst, both blessed and cursed. So true. I love the race. I watch all the streams, Liquid Method, Echo, etc. Yeah, you kind of have to mute you have to like not if as long as you're like a normal human, I think you have to hide the chat in the race. Unless you're watching a guild do something hype or funny. Cuz like usually what it is chat is dominated not by the hype for the guild that they're currently watching, but the hatred for the other one that they're not watching, which is like super brutal. Tough look, and that can just get, to me it would just get so exhausting, you know. It's probably a full screen angle until something funny's happening. Max, how you feel with Blizzard's mindset that the Race to World First must take insert number of days, like 10, and hard nerfs if it exceeds that time? I don't actually think that's how Blizzard operates. That they have operated like that in exactly one race, and it was Vault of the Incarnates. So It was pretty publicly known before the race that they didn't want it to go to Christmas. They didn't want it to overlap with that holiday because people who work at Blizzard wouldn't be there and they can't like help if anything goes wrong. So like as it was getting closer to Christmas, they just like giga nerfed the boss and it instantly died, and that's why, because they didn't want it to last that long. But in most raids, that's not actually what happens. It just happens to be that that's usually how long it takes guilds that are as good as our guilds to kill the hardest bosses. All they do is, what Blizzard does is when a boss seems unfair or undoable for the gear that we currently have, they just make adjustments to it, but they won't if it's not undoable or unfair. So sometimes in raids like Sepulchre, where the bosses are tuned for 2 legendaries and there's a million bosses in the raid, like it can take a little bit longer. But I firmly believe Blizzard doesn't have like a set time they want the race to last and they nerf or buff around it. They just watch the race, and if the boss seems fair but really hard, they'll let us figure it out. And if there's anything unfair, they usually nerf it for that exact reason. And I don't think there's any other motive behind changes ever besides Vault, because of the like timeline to Christmas. Like basically, if you were to just look at just using the opposite of that argument, like if you were to have these races be 3 weeks instead of 2 weeks, I don't even think you guys would like watching them, because basically every raid except for Sepulchre, the only way it could have possibly taken that long is if we were fighting a boss that was unfair. Like we were fighting a boss that just simply wasn't tuned for the gear we had, or was bullshit difficulty where we were dying to bugs and stuff, because there's just a natural amount of time it takes us to figure out bosses, and I promise you it would not be interesting to watch us fight a boss that we have figured out and have tried literally everything to get better at, and it's just simply the boss is just it's just overtuned and you're just watching us slam our head against a brick wall. Like, you think that's fun? Like, this is what people say with Classic. They're like, I wish the Classic raid was 2 weeks. Bro, do you? Would you rather watch people pull a boss that's doing like one mechanic for 2 weeks? The only way they would be pulling it for 2 weeks is if it was just like broken. Like something just didn't work, you know? It's not that hard to figure out. Or they just don't have enough gear. Like it would just be, you'd stop watching it in 2 seconds. Like there's a difference in a race lasting 3 weeks and it being a genuine race, and like it's always really fun. But that's just like but that's not what would happen. Like a 3-4 week race is you're just watching unwatchable content basically. In fact, you'll tune out because this happened in Sepulchre. I don't know if people actually remember this, but like viewership in Sepulchre was like Halandris was popping, Anduin popping, Lords of Dread dropped a little bit, Rygalon, both of our guilds killing the boss within a few hours of each other with completely different amounts of healers and strats, popping. Okay, now we're like more than 50% past where a normal race ends. We get to Jailer. Viewers go to the fucking core of the earth for like a week. Viewers did not care, did not want to watch it for almost an entire week. Right? Say what you want about Jailer's watchability or whatever, but I think viewers were also fatigued of just watching the race all day, every day for that long. And they only tuned back in when it was about to end. You know? So, I don't know, like, I also think there's just like a critical mass of the amount of content you can consume in the race and have it be interesting over a certain period of time. Like, let's just say every race that any of you guys have watched and you like tuned in for the whole thing, it was like 10, 12 days long, whatever, average race time. Okay. Now imagine you just double that. Would you have been as interested that entire time? Okay, double it from there. It's 2 months. Like, certainly, even if the quality is the same, there's a time where it just gets old. You know, similar to like playing a new game season, right? Like, when a new ARPG season comes out, I'm all the way into it. I go super hard and then I'm over it. And if you asked me the next day if I wanted to play it, I wouldn't, because I'm over it. But like 3 months from now when a new season comes out, that's enough time away from it where I'm down again. You know, if the Race World first happened every month, I don't know how popular it would be. But the fact that it's every 6 months and the duration it is, you know, it probably helps it, you know, because people have time away from it to be able to binge watch it for 2 weeks, right? It's like a new season of a TV show coming out. You know, if you binge watch a Netflix model, like all the episodes are released at once. Which, by the way, we're going to have a separate conversation about that, because I just started watching Love is Blind recently, and I don't know if you guys are watching the most recent season or are caught up, and if you're not caught up, I'm sorry to spoil you right now, but that Dave guy is the biggest dumbass I've ever seen. Bro, that guy... I could rant about that guy for like an hour. Just what a fucking idiot. But anyways, back to what I was saying. The Netflix show or like Netflix model of binging. Like you wouldn't binge watch a whole show and then most people wouldn't be like, okay, I'm down to binge it again tomorrow or the next day. Like, you know, maybe you would, but like a week later, a month later, you're just constantly binge watching seasons of the same show. It'd eventually get old. You know, like time away from something makes it better. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. It's a weird way that relates to it, you know, like it's good. Listen, this fucking Dave guy, if you guys are caught up, he has this girl that he's been dating, and I guess technically they're engaged now. That's like the way the show works. And she like had a relationship before the show that was like super casual, very normal as an adult. And like it broke off. Clearly her and her friends are telling him what happened. They're so obviously right. And he's just like, I don't know. This one random guy I don't know has been saying this shit. It's like, dude, you are so fucking dumb. You just have to trust her, man. You're so stupid. Oh my God. Anyways, I want to blow up. Dave makes me want to die. Changing topics, though. Dave is the worst. She deserves so much better. I know. How is she not, like... I feel so bad because she seems cool, but, like... How is everything he's doing since they left the pods, like, not... Sorry, I'm so invested in this, but... like, not immediately leaving. He's just a total fucking, like, lobster, bro. He's a guppy. He's just an absolute gup. Yeah, him asking all the couples if they've had sex yet. Yeah, dude. I mean, it's like an interesting question, I guess, because they're all in the same position. Oh my God. You should have seen me last night. I'm watching this. I was watching that episode and I'm like yelling every time he's on the screen. Just mad yelling. Max, what boss do you think guilds will be stuck on? Oh, that's a good question. So like last tier was Brood Twister, right? Was like, I mean, well, that's like a legendary stop. I'm trying to think of what other bosses in raids are like legendary, holy moly guilds are stopped here. Like Skarn, but that was like kind of a different situation. Painsmith way back in the day. Not even Halandris, because by the time most people got there, it got nerfed. Tindril? Yeah, but Tindril's like a second to last boss, though. Also, on the podcast yesterday, sorry, this hasn't come out yet, so apologies if I'm like spoiling a little bit of the podcast content. But we were talking about the last, what raid had the hardest last 4 bosses, like compared to Nerebar Palace. And then Dratnos mentioned like Sepulcher being harder. But I don't think that's true, right? I'm pretty sure. So, at least when I think of the bosses that are similar to each other, Queen Ansarek versus Jailer, I'm not sure if there's an answer of like which one's harder. The pull counters are its own thing, but both are like 2 of the hardest bosses of all time. Probably like 2 of the 3 or 4 maybe hardest bosses ever. So those like kind of cancel each other out. But like Rygalon versus Nexus Princess Kaiveza, like Nexus Princess was so much harder than Rygalon. Even though it was the second to last boss. And then Silken Court was way harder than Anduin and took longer than Anduin. And then what is it? What's the other boss? Brood Twister versus Lords of Dread? Bro, Brood Twister is like probably like OG Brood Twister is probably twice as hard as Lords of Dread. So Nerebar Palace wins on all 4 bosses unless you want to say Jailer and Ansarek are like equal difficulty, which I think enough time is in between those where it's fair, you know. Anduin was bugged though. Anduin was bugged, but also like that's the version of the boss that all the Race World First guilds killed, so it's hard to be like, what if it wasn't? And another thing, that boss without that bug was dead in like an hour. That like when that boss only bugged for that one pull, by the way. We were like all the way through progressing P3. It's in it can die any pull territory before they bugged the orbs. Right? The orbs were not difficult if you just made them do the same thing every pull, which we did. In my opinion, that Anduin bug was actually really bad for us. Because we had already progressed through that phase. We were the only guild in that phase. and we had to learn how to do the orb mechanic, which took a lot of time, and then it just bugged and we killed it, which meant the guilds like Echo at the time that weren't even in that phase yet didn't have to ever learn the orbs. They just were told by Blizzard, you know, we're not going to fix this because Liquid killed it with this bug active, which makes sense. But then they just got to make their strat around the orbs not doing any damage, and then they just killed it much quicker, right? What do you think about mythic end bosses with a hidden extra phase? I think it's cool. There's going to be one on this in this raid, like almost certainly. Jailer and Fyrak are the hardest bosses at the time compared to Queen. Yeah, those are probably the big three. But the thing is, though, I think Tindral might have been as hard or harder than Fyrak, though. Also, Fyrak's difficulty was so weird. Like, okay, when I talk about Queen's difficulty, here, I'm going to do a shitty paint diagram. But, like, here's Queen Ansarek, and here's Fyrak, right? So, like, here's fight length versus difficulty, and fight length versus difficulty. Like, Queen Ansarek is kind of just, like, this hard the whole fight. And Fyrak was, like, not nearly as hard, not nearly as hard. P2's, like, a little easier but annoying. And then the last phase is pretty easy, except it just exponentially gets harder with every seed thing. So, like, the end difficulty, like, when you have the 16 people passing seeds at the end, and you have to kill the boss from 5% to 0 before the last, like, seed blow up or whatever, where you don't have a seed for the explosion, is, like, way harder than Ansarek, but that phase only lasts for, like 20 seconds. Like, that's harder than any part of Ansarek specifically, but all of Queen Ansarek was way harder than all of Fyrak, except for that moment, at least for us. It's just a very weirdly different difficulty. Has enough time passed to agree that Ansarek rips as a boss, like easily a top 10 final boss of the modern era? Well, what's the modern era? Because top 10 final boss is kind of easy, because that's 10 raids. Like, that's, like, probably, I don't know if I would say, like, Ansarek is one of the best bosses of all time. Like, even though I'm biased in saying so, because we, like, did really good on it and we won, which always naturally is gonna, like, we're gonna have a higher opinion of a boss than someone who didn't win. But, like, usually modern WoW is considered Mop through now or Legion through now. Okay, you said Legion through now. Bro, how many raids have there even been since Legion? Wait, that's a good question, actually. Let's log in and find out. How many raids have there been since Legion? Because I'm pretty sure there's been no more than 20. Probably, like, around 15, maybe? And if that's the case, then, I mean, what? There's an average of 2 raids a year. And Legion was 9 years ago. Almost 9, 8.5 years ago. So, like, what, 16 raids? 17? Oh, no, it's not exactly 2. It's not exactly, because a couple expansions only had 3. But then there were, like, smaller baby raids. I mean, dude, I'm just saying, I know your argument. Your argument was, like, I think Ansarek is really good and enough time has passed. By the way, enough time has not passed. It usually takes a couple years removed from, usually takes a couple years removed from an expansion to, like, have a legit take on it, because everything is so negative in the moment. But let's see. Okay, Legion, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess you'd have to count Crucible, so 10 if you count an Emerald Nightmare. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. It's been 17 raids since Legion, and you're asking for a top 10? Does Queen Ansarek make the top 10? I think so. So we basically have to find 6 bosses that are not as good as Queen Ansarek. Okay, let's start. Legion, Xavius 1. I would say Helia's better than Way easier. Helio's a good fucking boss, though. I don't know. I'm just going to say for now, like, we don't have to do the questionable ones. I would say it's questionable, so let's just leave that. Gul'dan. Gul'dan is better than Queen Ansarek. Tomb of Sargeras. That's pretty close. A lot of people think Kil'jaeden is good because they, like, idolize bosses being hard, but hard doesn't necessarily equal good. I personally think KJ was a pretty good boss, but I know a lot of people really don't like KJ. It was a pretty problematic, polarizing fight. Let's go ahead and just skip KJ too. So we need to come up with 7. We currently have 1. And Taurus, I think that boss is better than Argus. Argus was good though. Okay, so we have 2, in my opinion. All right, is Nexus Princess Kaiveza better than Gahun? Yes, that's 3. Is it better than Jaina? That's close for me. Like, Jaina's just a more important character, and I think visually and aesthetically, Jaina was really just better. It's just really cool, you know? But I also think the boat part of Jaina sucked, and, like, no part of Ansarek really sucked. I'm not sure about that. We'll come back to it. Crucible of Storms. I definitely think Ansarek is a better boss than Nunat. No question. Ansarek is definitely a better boss than Ashara, so we're at 5. And Ansarek versus N'Zoth. I think Ansarek is better than N'Zoth. So that would be 6. So we're already at 6, and we're not even at Shadowlands. Castle Nathrius, Sire Nathrius, no question, way better than Ansarek. Sylvanas, Ansarek is better. That's 7. I would say Ansarek is better than Jailer for sure. That's 8. Dragonflight, Ansarek, Razageth's one of the worst mythic bosses ever. That would be 9. So we've already kind of proven the point here, but Ansarek is better than Sarkareth. Fyrakk, again, super polarizing. Just skip it for now. And then, obviously, it's the first one. Yeah, so I would say, of all the bosses, 17, it would be top 7 in my list. And then, I don't know which one you'd rank over that, but yeah. I think Fyrakk, I don't know about us, like, the bosses, Ansarek and Fyrakk, I'm not sure. Because, like, Fyrakk was so problematic. Like, P1 was really cool. The P1 intermission was legendarily terrible. P2 was bad. If you were a healer, you hated P1 because of the dispels. Makes sense. But P3 was great. I mean, even Dratnos said he thinks Fyrakk was his favorite end boss ever. And he even admitted that he thinks the first 75% of the fight sucks. But that's how good P3 is, you know? So the conclusion is that Legion had banger bosses. Legion had really banger end bosses, I think. Well, it depends on your opinion of KJ. KJ is like one of the most hated bosses ever. But it's also well-liked by a different crowd of people. Also, Fyrakk aesthetically is just way better than the way Queen looks, you know? Fyrakk just looked crazy. It had that big shadow flame element, big old dragon. Like, it just looked really cool, you know? Oh, does anyone have that macro? I heard the word on the street is there's like a macro to cancel aura. There's a macro to cancel. You cancel aura boost, but so you can use it again. That like removes the ICD in between boosting. If you progress and killed Mythic KJ, you probably think the boss was good. I mean, that's not surprising, right? Isn't that the case with like isn't that like the tail of raiding? It's also the same thing with like Elden Ring. Like, every single one of your favorite bosses in Elden Ring was a boss that you were cursing the name of for many, many pulls before it died, and then now it's your favorite thing ever because it's all about the feeling of when you kill it, right? Same thing with most hard WoW bosses. I hate this boss, I hate this boss, I hate this boss, it's great. Same thing with Dorky. Dorky was like... Dorky and Dratnos. Actually, Ansarek is like that for sure. Ansarek is the boss in WoW like that, where everyone fucking hates it, and then you kill it, and you're like, that was great. That happened to Dratnos, that happened to Instant Dollars, that happened to, I think, Dorky as well. I'm trying to remember if it was Dorky and Dratnos. Actually, I think Instant Dollars might have remained being haters. I don't want to slander their name. Ansarek is so easy, though. True. I actually wonder how easy Ansarek is now, like, at the end of a patch compared to, like, most other end bosses. Because I think the, like, stacking raid buff has to be doing, like, a lot of heavy lifting. How would a raid group of the leaders of the top 20 world guilds operate, and who would be the 21st man? That's a great question, and I actually think that guild would be a steaming pile of shit and a huge disaster. That's just too many cooks in a kitchen. You know what I mean? Like, that would, I think that would be horrible. That would be so bad. That would feel terrible. Have you guys ever even been in a guild where there's been a power struggle between, like, 2 leader guys? Bro, could you imagine, like, 20 and they're all successful ones, too? Like, that would be... What the fuck is going on here? That would be terrible. Max, as someone who recently cleared Ansarek, that boss is a terrible final boss in its current form because P3 is such a lame and boring phase now. Yeah, like, you don't even need anyone... You don't need your whole raid alive or even close to kill it. Yeah, I kind of... Yeah, I kind of know. But, like, okay, what does Blizzard do, though? You know, if the answer is the boss isn't as good now because it's so easy to kill, but then I think the fact that it keeps stacking the raid buff to allow, you know... If you think it's really easy, that means there's a guild that's a lot worse than yours that's actually able to kill it because it's easier. So where's the line there, right? Making a boss good versus making it accessible, or are those two things related? You know, I think Blizzard is in a constant struggle of that. I kind of have a different opinion, and I kind of like the idea that it's scaling out of control and becoming really easy because, and I know people probably won't agree with this, but I feel like if you are raiding Mythic for 6 months, you should, unless I don't even know. No, I'm just gonna, if you raid Mythic for 6 months in a patch, you should kill the final boss. You know, like, at a certain point, you've just raided enough where it should just fucking die. Like, it's a long fucking time to raid, man. Like, no matter how good you are. Like, that's... If basically anyone with a pulse is pulling Mythic for 6 months, that boss should just be dead at the end of that. People don't want to hear that. They just want to gatekeep their struggles. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing with, like, when you stream Elden Ring, right? Like, people are like, all right, I'm going to get to watch this person do this boss that took me this long to do, and then they, like, kill it really quickly, and they didn't get to see them wipe for a while, and you're like, well, you used this weapon, and you didn't do it no-hit, and, well, it wasn't when I did it, it's different, you know? It's, like, immediately like that. Like, that's usually the reaction you get from people in WoW, too. It's like, well, when I did it, it was hard, so you shouldn't be able to do it, because I did it when it was, you know... Have you watched the WoW sound design video? Yeah, I saw the Galliwick stuff. Dude, there's so many guilds that try all season and can't kill the boss. That's a hot take. Well, okay, a lot of people don't try all season. A lot of people, like, do AOTC, and then they, like, wander into Mythic, like, halfway through the season, like, much later. And then, like, they're like, well, we'll try a few Mythic bosses. I'm not saying everyone who steps foot into Mythic should kill the boss, but, like, bro, if you have been progressing Mythic for the entire patch... Like, you got AOTC first couple weeks, and then you've just been in Mythic for, like, 4 or 5 months. Like, unless you're just missing raid days, barely ever raid. Like, I don't know. I just feel like that boss should eventually die for those people, and it's fine that that happens, you know? But honestly, I think that the pool of decent raiders has decreased a lot. Maybe. I don't know how you'd really prove that, but maybe that's true. How many raid days is enough, though? I don't know. By the way, I haven't thought too much about what I said. I'm not... I don't know if actually... That's just how I feel. Like, I feel like if I was a raider in a guild and we were progressing Mythic for 6 months, holy fuck, would it be miserable if we didn't. But is it possible you have a guild of people that are so bad that, like, you can't do that, right? I don't know. It's certainly possible. Where's your fastest lap week, Aura? Oh, is that a thing? If a guild is that bad, how did they clear Heroic week 1? True. Actually, I wonder what the statistics of that is. People who clear AOTC in the first 2 weeks, I wonder what percentage of those guilds get Cutting Edge. Like, obviously, it's not 100 because guilds die, right? Like, there's been guilds that have been successful and just died mid-tier because of something that had nothing to do with a raid, you know? Max, do you know of anyone, doesn't matter who, call them out if you want, who has really cursed keybinds? Yeah, I'm a strong believer that putting all of your rotational button... I'm about to offend a lot of people. And some peekaboo stands are going to come out of nowhere because they always do when I say this. But I think having your rotational damage-doing buttons on your MMO mouse is psychotic. Like, I think having an MMO mouse and having, like, basically anything on there, like Transcendent... Like, I'm looking at my character. Transcendence, Tiger's Lust... You know, your mount keybind, your paralysis, your... Just basically anything you would just maybe press every now and then. But, bro, when you watch people and they're, like, hitting a boss and their mouse is constantly shaking because they're banging their mouse with their thumb trying to, like, spam their damage buttons... Bro, that just blows my fucking mind, man. Like, I know you probably got used to it, and I'm not saying you couldn't be great while doing that, but it's definitely cursed. Like, it's cursed without question. You think MMO mice are just bad? Well, I have one, so I'm inclined to disagree with you, buddy. Get fucking owned. You're wrong. You're wrong. I'm right. You're wrong. Are you going to look at some Race to World Last guilds? Yeah, probably on Sunday. Or Monday, sorry. Actually, I don't know if I will be able to now because... Usually what I'm able to do is, like, be at the facility on Thursday. And, like, today. And then, like, greet all the players as they come in, get some work done while also efficiently being around people that I need to talk to, which is why you come to the facility in the event in the first place. But that can't happen until Sunday because of some fucking bullshit. So maybe I won't be able to get enough work done before Race to World Last. I'm not sure. What's some fucking bullshit? I don't know, mismanagement. We're about to do a Race to World first where we're clearing out our entire facility and the guild leader can't get set up until 2 days before the race for the first time ever. It's fucking amazing. Absolutely loving it. Is it a scheduling thing? Here's what I believe happened. A content piece was filmed weeks ago in my streaming room. Okay, or in my room that I am in every single time for the race, where my setup is, all that stuff. That was filmed weeks ago, and someone who was in it was filming in, like, the wrong t-shirt or something. So they have to reshoot it, but they can't reshoot it until next Sunday, so my room is inoperable or unable to be moved in until then. And that's more important than me setting up for and competing in the race. I fucking love weed and memes. Love it. Fucking love it all. All right, so it's about that time. Wait, what did someone send here? Someone on the Reddit said this. As we approach this new raid tier, remember this. The best class spec is the one that you can play the most consistently and comfortably. It doesn't matter if class X can mathematically do more damage if you can't play it well enough to do that much damage. And then someone correctly responds with, Rhett is rated 5 big booms, so I'm just going to roll with that. I love you, bye. Fucking true, dude. So true. If it ain't 5 big booms, it's trash. Bro, what is this poll right now? Max, are you going to do a community poll count list? Oh, yeah, we can do that today, huh? We should do that. I also am going to watch an interview. So apparently some interviews came out since I last streamed that have a bunch of interesting questions, and one of them is about Valor Stones, which we were not able to ask Skarzard. Or not, we weren't able, we just didn't get to. Which was kind of a mistake on our part, honestly. We probably should have done that. Although I do think we figured it out. We talked about it on the podcast yesterday, which has not been released yet. So I know I'm kind of spoiling this, but like, I think the idea is, for the same reason as like in Mythic Plus and Raid, like why you kind of need to do one to do the other. It's like a symbiotic relationship between the two. I think it's that way with Valor. Like, the fact that you run out of Valor Stones and have to go do world quests and have to go... Well, like, here's the Valor Stone argument, right? That I always make. It's like, okay, so Valor Stones only matter when you don't have enough of them, and then it's too hard to get them. And then someone would say, well, if you only think about Valor Stones when you have to farm them, if the answer is you just have enough of them always, like you buff Mythic Plus to just give you enough Valor Stones for the crests you're getting, then, like, why does it exist as a currency? And it's a good question, right? And the answer is probably for the same reason that Mythic Plus requires you to raid and raiding requires you to Mythic Plus, is that they just kind of want you... They're pushing rewards in a direction to interact with the game the way they want you to. They want you to go do Theater Troop. They want you to go do Delves to get Valor Stones. Like, they're using Valor Stones as a way to have you interact with the content the same way you would gear. Now, some of you guys are listening to that and you're like, I fucking hate that. I get that for sure. But then that helps answer the questions of why does it exist. Okay, cool. So pretty much all games do this. Literally every game puts rewards in places to make you play the game the way that they intend you to. Totally makes sense. But still, though, if that's the case, one or two things needs to happen. Or like one thing for sure needs to happen, or both, which is the cap definitely needs to be removed. Like 100 fucking % the cap needs to be removed. And then also, when you actually have to go target farm Valor Stones, you just simply need to get more. Like, a world quest giving you 25 is embarrassing. It's dog shit. It's way too low, right? Like, it's so tilting to be capped on Valor Stones for like a week, and then you finally need to spend Valor Stones, and you get an item that needs a lot of upgrades, and then you just spend all of your Valor Stones, and you're like, man, I would have not been out of Valor Stones right now if I wasn't capped for literally any reason. But how are you going to get people logging in every week? Oh, yeah, shareholder metrics, playtime. I imagine like, when that person makes that argument, I imagine them picturing a Blizzard shareholder meeting, but it's just like the vibe of this patch, where it's a bunch of greedy goblins rubbing their hands together with gold, and they're like, hey, sir, we got you know what? We got players, we made this evil change and got our players' playtime metrics up by 1%. And they're like, aha, fucking rubbing the gold together. Yeah. Driving around Undermine kind of goes hard. Yeah, I've gone... Yesterday when I first got the car, I'm like, this thing hard fucking owns. And then I went through a phase of like, this car doesn't own that much. And then I've came right back around to this car owns. Mostly because the experience of the first 2 days of this patch was just an insane amount of lag. And the lag made the car way worse. Like, way fucking worse. Anyone who did those races the other day like when the day it came out with the lag, you were legit doing that shit on ultra hard mode lag percent. Fun fact, the car didn't used to bounce when you crashed, so you just slam into a wall and have to sit there and awkwardly back up. W. Do you prefer car or dragon? I haven't spent enough time with the car yet, but I feel like they're the same thing. I feel like it's just new dragon writing for the patch. It's this. I guess it is like a little bit... Actually, I want to say the car. Because like dragon riding is cool and it's like more effective. But like as far as fun is concerned, like just being limited to the ground. Like the air, you can just go anywhere. You have to find things to like weave through and stuff. Like the place, this city was clearly created for the car. And it feels really good because of that. Like the most fun I had in dragon riding was in beta doing those like dragon riding challenges where you tried to go through like the caverns and shit. But the game was like, that was me making it fun. But the game is like made for the car, this zone. I feel like they could have made a better zone to introduce the car. I think this zone's pretty good for it. Your characters need the Galagio campsite, but I could also never see you doing the achievements. Yo, I saw a tweet with that. I also want to get... Yeah, the new warband background is sick. Bro. I was tweeting a little bit today, guys. So, naturally, I saw Megaset post. For some reason, the G99 breakneck isn't considered this. You got to make it a macro. Okay, cool. So, naturally, I saw this and said... When I see posts like this, it rekindles the fire inside of me for why I hate add-ons and want them gone from my game. Which is obviously satire. And men. Are the people in the chat not having a good time with this? They're not a fan. View quotes, bro. Where's this one girl I found? Or one person. The most niche case user in all of WoW dislikes an add-on that makes it easier to use. Blizzard should do it, IMO. Looking at the add-on that makes quest text more readable. My blood pressure is rising. Max is cool, but this side of things is Lamau. Oh my god, man. It's so good. And then my other tweet today was quite simply... Jersey Mike's tweeted, I'm still tired from yesterday's tired, and we've all had those days. Jersey Mike's. Like, why is Jersey Mike's tweeting? I fucking love that, though. I'm here for Jersey Mike's. Did you ever have chat do pull count predictions on the raid comp spreadsheet? No, I didn't. We can do that today. The question is, do you guys want to do that before or after? Do you want to do that before or after reading and reacting to the newer interviews? You guys want to do it before? You guys do it right now? Do the pull counts? Well, okay. I need to eat. So, if I'm going to eat, I need to order food. Oh, one second. I got a new email. Doggos are so sweet. What are they doing right now? We got... Oh, little baby Reptar wants to come say hi. Come here, buddy. Buddy. No. Show yourself to the stream. Come over here, little dude. Come here, buddy. Up here. Come say hi to the people. Show them your cute little face. Come on. Oh, you're so cute. Hi, Reptar. Hi, Reptar. Hi, Reptar. Hi, buddy. Dude, he's so cute. He's such a good boy, too. Hi, sweetie.
Hi, buddy. Hi.
He's feeling good. He's a good boy. Oh, hi, Lily. Yo, are you about to make an apology video? Dude, that would go so hard. I feel like if I had to make an apology video or stream, I could like do it with the dogs in the background to baseline give people sympathy for me, cry a little bit. That would go crazy. I'm prepared. You forgot about the warband background again. Well, I didn't really forget about it. I don't know how to find it, but you guys know when you log out and you have a warband picture? Why can I not log out here? Hello? I'm in a city. Hello? All right, we're waiting the 20 seconds out of spite. Five more seconds. It's called going goblin mode. I won't ever do the achievement unless you don't have to do anything. So like this is like the default warband like look here. Well, where's get the horse boy up in here? This is what it looks like in the default warband. But like you can make the background like a really cool casino Galagio looking shit. Campsites. Can I see it? Oh, okay. So Galagio Grand Gallery is the one. It looks really sick. It doesn't take too long to get. No. No. Max, did you see Teddle's most recent YouTube video? He did you dirty in the thumbnail. Wait, what? What did Teddles do? Bro, is this just because I hit him with an I love you bye and he couldn't get me back? What is that picture? And he's making me the villain. Bro, he is. He's actually mad. Dude, that is typical bench slander. L bench. L bench, bro. What is this fucking video? Alright. Alright. Alright, buddy. Wait, am I dying in game? Wait, no. Bro, what just happened to me? Why did I blow up? Who blew me up? Alright, I'm staying dead. What the fuck just happened to me? Why did I... what just fucking... Okay. Alright, what is this? He's reacting to a YouTube video I don't know exists called Raid Buffs Are Actually Good for the Health of WoW Rating. Oh yeah, this is just designed. Dude, excellent job by the clip maker. I bet the comments to this are crazy. I mean, I do think that's true. I think for Mythic Raid, like I think for Mythic Raid, Raid Buffs have a positive outcome on the game. I think Raid Buffs are terrible for Mythic Plus. I don't think they're necessarily good for Heroic Rating, and Blizzard's response to this when I asked them in an interview was Heroic Rating doesn't need any Raid Buffs, which was kind of interesting, but it just makes it easier, and a lot of people do it. But yeah, but like I think 90% of the issues with Raid Buffs are dungeons. Like the fact that they they bring so much extra power to dungeons for no reason, where in Raid their purpose is Raid Buffs exist for one reason: bring one of this thing. And I think bringing one of at least every class in the game default into a 20-man Mythic Raid is a good thing for so many reasons. But let's see. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's see Teddles disagree.
All right, it's time to make a YouTube video. I
All
found
right.
this clip. This clip got recommended
Oh,
to me
he's
on
mad.
my YouTube
He's mad.
feed.
He's built mad.
It was from Maximum Clips, and it's titled "Raid Buffs Are Actually Good for the Health of WoW Rating."
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a look. Basically, there's only 45 seconds of this that realistically matters. The rest of this is just him yapping about Ret Paladin.
I do be
and the
yapping.
raid buff.
How would removing raid buffs affect civilians? I've always been a fan of removing raid buffs as a concept because at like a high level for me, like us creating our raid comp, it's so much more creative and it allows you to like outplay other guilds in your ability to run different comps and also your ability of your players to actually multi-class different classes well to be able to pull it off. That's what I like about it. But I actually think raid buffs are good for the game in raiding. In Mythic Plus, totally different story. Mythic Plus, I think they could remove raid buffs. It would be a good thing for Mythic Plus. I actually don't think it would be a good thing for Mythic raiding. I think the fact that every guild knows you basically want at least one of each spec for recruiting purposes is a very healthy thing for the game and keeping guilds.
Oh, he disagrees. What's your take?
I don't think this was good.
Pause it.
Like, I don't think BFA was good. The only reason BFA was good in some people's eyes was it was closer to having 0. But like when we got to like Shadowlands numbers, it was like okay, we're ramping up the raid buffs here, and then we got these came throughout the expansion. Didn't have both paladin buffs right away, and it.
Okay, so then he just goes on about paladin buffs and having 2 paladin buffs and stuff like that.
I think I also ended up saying having all was better than having half. But I do agree. Like, even if you agree that having 0 is ideal, right? I think 0 and all are both better than half. I don't understand half. Only certain classes have raid buffs. Also in BFA, you had scrolls, but in Shadowlands, only half the classes had raid buffs, and there was no scrolls. I think that was like the worst situation. Oh, he's so over it. Look at his reaction. Look at his reaction. Look at the way. Look, he's like about to stop it. He's so mad.
Okay, so then he just goes on.
Hey, listen, maybe he has a good point. I'm not right about everything.
Having 2 paladin buffs and stuff like that.
A lot of people on like when they react to clips that I have a person who just make clips for me and their purpose is to get views by naming things stuff that probably makes people click on them. But that also was class raid buffs are actually good for raiding was my point. But it sounds very definitive. But like a lot of times the streamer, you're not like standing up on a pedestal and professing things and you're like, this is definitely true. I'm just giving my opinion and someone probably asked me something and that's why I said it, right? Oh, look at the eye roll. Look at the eye roll. He thinks I'm so stupid. Maybe I am. Let's see if he makes me seem stupid here.
Stuff like that.
Look at the eye roll's fucking legendary.
So first off, we'll talk about the pros and the cons of raid buffs. You know, I think that there's a lot of there's some advantages. I mean, I think immediately.
I mean, with that eye roll, you better destroy my argument.
He points out the fact that all of the classes actually do have some representation.
Actually, you know what I'm gonna do, bro? Let me get that eye roll real quick.
Know, I think.
Let me just get the eye roll.
We'll talk about the
paladin buffs right away.
I need to get it.
Okay,
it's going on the
He
screen.
just goes on about paladin buffs and having 2 paladin buffs and stuff like that.
Oh, I just missed it. 1 second. It's gonna take me like 2 seconds to get this. I'm sorry, I'm doing it live on stream.
Buffs and stuff like that.
Oh, that's it. That's it. That's the pick. That's going right on the starting soon screen. All right, continue.
So first off, we'll talk about the pros and the cons of raid buffs. You know, I think that there's a lot of there's some advantages. I mean, I think immediately he points out the fact that all of the classes actually do have some representation. The fact that there are basically 11 mandatory raid buffs. Evoker does have a buff that they do provide. DK does have a buff that they do provide as well. So you can even go pretty much every single class should
accurate in putting blood there because that's so true. And I really wish Blizzard. I mean, I've asked them this directly, but I don't even really remember their answer. But basically, the question was, you guys saw that Enhance was the only Shaman spec that had a raid buff. So your response to that was to remove Wind Fury Totem, and you just baked it into Sky Fury and gave it to all 3 specs. Okay, you see and have said before that DKs do have a raid buff in its grips. And I know that makes people mad, but historically that's right. You bring a DK to like basically every end boss ever, whether it's due to tuning or grips, whatever. There's usually some kind of grip element. But it is unquestionable that blood is just like the way better version of the raid buff, right? For all DKs, if you want to make that argument. So why would you leave that way instead of make the same change you made for all the other specs where this was the case?
In theory, be seen in some capacity.
Even AMZ, even Blood's AMZ is better than DPS's AMZ. Like, the reason you'd bring a DK to the raid, Blood is better at all of those things. Why?
Way that the Blizzard system is supposed to work. Now, the way, and that's mostly how it works. Whenever you do any raid fight, whenever you're doing any boss, anything like that, you actually start by crafting your composition, and there are just a bunch of specs or a bunch of classes that are completely required, right?
Okay.
And I think that that's like actually a pretty, an advantage of the system is that you're not actually forced to class stack what's OP that tier, if that makes any sense. Now, there are some things, like Augur.
All right, come on. You eye rolled what I said, so you better fuck it. Sounds like you're kind of agreeing right now. Let's get to the part where I'm a fucking idiot.
Invoker, for example.
Come on.
That you either want 2 of them or you want 0 of them, and there's like no in between necessarily with Augur, because you can't really have more than those. And if it's good at 2, or if it's good at 1, then it's good at 2, and if it's not good at 1, then it's good at 0. And so there's this kind of weird situation for Augur. But the premise is there where Blizzard saw at some point people were 10 warlocks and stuff like that. Like if you go and watch like World First Unot, people were class stacking like 6 and 7 warlocks and stuff like that, and Blizzard just didn't like how that looked, I think, optically. Which,
ooh, that's interesting. He's saying that they added more raid buffs because they didn't like the optics of class stacking. That might be true. I don't know if I've never thought about that. I never actually thought about why they added raid buffs into the game. But I mean, I bet that was a reason. I just don't know if that's the like, this is why we're doing this kind of thing.
Which makes sense for how raid buffs ended up happening just as.
He does bring up an interesting thought too. He's like, he puts AUG there. He said like, this is like basically what you did do. He doesn't know if AUG actually has a raid buff where you need to bring them. I think that's going to be a really interesting thing this tier with the Race to World First and like all other guilds. Is technically Blessing of the Bronze isn't something you need to bring, but in a tier, let's just say there's a tier where AUG, Dev, and Prez are all like mediocre. I'm not saying that is the case this tier. Let's just, for the sake of argument, let's just say all 3 specs are like kind of whatever. Would you still want to bring one? Not necessarily for Blessing of the Bronze, but because you also get Rescue, because you also get Zephyr, because you also potentially get an external renewing Blaze. You get some other shit. I forget. They just bring a bunch of good shit, right? Like, are you still gonna just? We've had this for 2 years now, where they've been required because they've been super good. But like, I just wonder if there's ever gonna be a raid where they're all mid or bad that you still bring one, because it turns out all of those things are really good. And if you still bring one, why wouldn't you bring 2? Because you get 95% of that. You get twice as time spiral and stuff like that. You get all of it again in the next class. It's like, it's basically a class its raid buff is that it has a ton of really good utility in general. That's its raid buff. Similar to how DK's raid buff is grips. Like AUGs just have things to deal with things. Like that's what grip is, right? But you can also just bring more of them and double and triple the amount of those things that you're bringing and how you would actually play that.
The whole. Now,
okay.
One thing he does say here, and something I actually heavily disagree with, is that it actually helps out guilds for recruiting. I actually think it's the complete opposite. And this is one of the biggest issues that I have with raid buffs just in general is
Wait, let me try to guess his take here. So I'm saying it's easy for recruiting because like 16 spots in your comp, and there's like, assuming there's an equal amount of representation of those classes, you kind of just know what you need. But his argument, I'm assuming, is going to be, if there was no raid buffs, you just recruit the best player, I guess. And you don't have to worry about like what class they play. Like you have to fill a very specific need. That argument does make sense. The only thing is before there was any raid buffs, your raid comp looked like this anyway. Probably due to the spread of players that play this game, and a lot of people play different classes. Like before there was any raid buffs, you had a warlock, you had a mage. You played. There's so many hunters in this game. There's a hunter in your raid comp. Shamans, that's not necessarily true. But like balanced druid, you run in like every raid no matter what, right? It kind of looked like that anyway, so it just standardized what you were already doing.
Or if you were in a 20-man guild and you were doing mythic, which is the hardest level content,
yes,
of course you want your raid comp to be optimal at any given moment, whether that be class stacking or whatnot. A lot of times there are concessions that you have to make just due to the people that you have on your roster, and that's just the fact of the matter. I'll go and look at like nerfed and whatever, and they'll be playing like Prot Warrior tank and Guardian Druid every single tier. Are Prot Warrior tank and Guardian Druid good every single tier? Absolutely not. They're actually bad most tiers, even not even good, just bad, actively bad most tiers, compared to what the meta tank was. A lot of the times they are doing things like engineering belt knocking fire rack ads and stuff like that because they don't have enough DKs, and stuff like that is really silly But those are the concessions that you have to make.
Bro, NG Belt is so insane. All of you guys should have that. If you care, this is just a random shout out, but if you guys care about performance in this game, engineering just like has to be one of your 2 professions. It's just the only one that gives you like actual tools and things to make your gameplay better.
You're not in a guild that
you save some gold with alchemy, I guess, but
has
like
the optimal raid composition for each and every single boss or each and every single tier. And I think that one of the big things that was missed in this is how difficult it is to already recruit for raid just in general. And so while it is true that it gives a more diverse composition, while it is true that you know, going into each and every single boss that you need somebody playing these specs or these classes just to make sure that you do bring that first copy of that raid buff, whether it be Mark of the Wild, whether it be Chaos Brand, whether it be Atropic Poison, whether it be Arcane Intellect. You do know going into that boss that you actually need that buff. The downside of this is you have to, whenever you're recruiting players, instead of recruiting the best available players a lot of times, or people that warm bodies that are just going to show up and participate in our raid, instead now we are trying to recruit the best player who also plays Havoc Demon Hunter. And that's kind of this weird situation where then the recruiting pool becomes a lot more slim, and it actually becomes a lot more difficult to actually field
right away. But after years of this being the case, people who are Havoc don't change roles to other things that are more OP or stackable for that patch, and they end up just being Havoc, which is their main because you need one. So there are Havoc Demon Hunters to recruit, you know? I think the guild versus the player, like if you're a player and you are playing a class of the raid buff, you know you can find a guild because a guild always is going to need your thing. So it can benefit the player trying to find a guild, but it might make it harder for the guild to find a specific player in a specific situation.
The 20-man
that
raid.
Makes sense.
And so I actually think it's much harder to then field a composition for raid whenever these buffs exist. And that's kind of...
But you also just have almost half of your, well, not almost half of your raid, but you have the ability to recruit some. I get his point. One of
the biggest reasons that I would like to see these buffs go away, you know, not every guild is going...
Max, I think Tettle's argument is that it's worse for guilds, whereas yours is that it's better for individual players. Well, I mean, his argument could also be it's better for individual players, because no matter what you play, you're just recruiting the best player. But that's not necessarily true, because there's still, like, you need a certain amount of melee. You need a certain amount of healers, right? Also, you don't have to bring exactly the right spec to bring a certain role. Like, if your guild has, like, a Holy Paladin or a Mistweaver Monk, you don't actually need to recruit a Windwalker or a Brewmaster.
Going to be like Liquid in the sense of they're basically no other guild is going to be class stacking as hard as Race to World First guilds. Even the Hall of Fame level guilds, they might do a little bit of class stacking whenever the season provides it, but very rarely are they going to class stack as hard and as frequent as these top end Race to World First guilds. Pretty often, as a matter of fact, the Hall of Fame guilds are just gonna have a worse comp than the Race World First guilds, and they're gonna have to figure it out anyways. And so, unless the fight requires class stacking, which I think in that case the fight needs to be fundamentally changed, because you know there are fights. I think Gahoon is a good example of this, where that fight just required 4 warlocks. I think that no fight like that should ever exist again. Like no matter what ends up happening, I think that...
Has there been a fight that's existed like that since Gahoon? You didn't need 4 warlocks for Gahoon. You needed 2. The reason you brought 4 was because warlocks were also fucking crazy. The Lords of Dread, N'Zoth immunities. Yeah, but that's like a bunch of different classes that have some kind of immunity. Was N'Zoth the last fight that you used the meta immunity intentionally? Like when you immuned the sanity gain or loss from soaking the harvesters, you couldn't nether walk it. You had to literally meta immune it. You had to be in your meta jump when it hit you to immune the thing. Has that happened? Has there been a boss since then? He wants to alleviate needing to recruit specific specs like Havoc, but without buffs, you would need to 6-year players to be comfortable playing Fodom specs instead. Okay. No, I mean, I understand his point. Also, him and a lot of you guys have more your ear to the ground. I play in a very specific way. Like, and I made, right before the beginning of my video, I said that it would be better for our guild to not have raid buffs. I'm trying to assume it would be better for other people, but, you know, again, just an opinion. I think another version of this is there's no raid buffs, and they tune bosses, for better or worse, for what we are capable of. They usually only nerf bosses when they only nerf bosses when like we can't really do them. We talked about this earlier in the stream. But if we have the ability to class stack endlessly and can do that more and better than anyone else because we have more players, more multi-classers, more characters to be able to do this, a boss might not be nerfed where it would be with a normal comp because we're able to bring 10 Moonkins or some shit like that. And then now the boss is just tuned for that for the first couple weeks before it's nerfed. And maybe this isn't like an every guild thing, but at least the first couple hundred mythic guilds have to like try to do that too. So maybe for recruiting, but maybe another way to look at it is players would actually feel like they need to change off their classes more because of the way bosses would be tuned. But that's kind of a Blizzard problem, you know?
That's just dumb. Like, you shouldn't have 4 warlocks that are required for anything. You shouldn't have 4 1 classes required for absolutely anything. But assuming that the class stacking isn't that egregious...
This game is so bad about trickle-down meta mentality. Literally, that's any game. Every single game in 2025 is like that.
There's no
it's just the way
reason
gamers
that you
are.
can't play 2, 3, potentially even 4 copies of a same specialization, assuming that the reason that you're bringing it is because it's like the best damage. Then, if the game is balanced well enough, it's not actually going to be an issue because then these other, you know, cutting edge...
Yeah, but saying like if the game is balanced well enough, I think we've seen this game long enough to know that the idea that the game's going to be really well tuned for 39 specs is just a total fucking pipe dream. It's certainly more true in Raid than it is in Mythic Plus. But I mean, that's just never going to happen. And unless they super homogenize the game, which in my opinion would be really bad. You know, like simplify the way that every class does AoE, cap everyone to the same amount, you know, that kind of thing, make classes play similar to each other. I think the game, basically my take is, this probably isn't a hot take, but like I think the game is made way better by the fact that you can, you know, that classes are kind of unique in what they're able to do. So without homogenizing the game's just going to be kind of not tuned. It's never, we've seen enough to know that that's not a realistic outcome, that the game is going to be tuned well, you know? There's always going to be something you can stack.
Having cutting edge, just random mythic guilds who are trying to progress the raid, they don't really care that they don't have 4 demonology warlocks this tier because it's not for gateway, it's because they were doing optimal damage.
But that could exist though. Like, I don't know if these two things equal each other out, but I think he's definitely right in saying like it would be easier for us guilds to be able to just recruit whatever specs we can. But I think what you saw before, like this actually happened before. So we've had raid buffs for many, many years now. But if you guys noticed in general, the whole tier list meta obsession thing, that has existed in gaming for a long time, but it ramped the fuck up during COVID. And since like you could even see YouTube videos that were like this, like the obsession with knowing what is best in all of games, it was, at least in like English speaking, like Europe and NA, with the way YouTube videos have worked since then, is they're way more popular and people think way more like that now than they did in like 2016, for example. So we haven't even seen class stacking the way it would be now because people are just more need to be optimal now. I could see a complaint now with, well, it's really hard for us to recruit a Havoc Demon Hunter because we need a Havoc Demon Hunter. He's just using Havoc as an example here. You could pick any spec, right? But Havoc is specifically the one where there's only like one of them, kind of. I guess you could play Vengeance every raid, but that's like really uncommon. The other ones have multiple options. But like, okay, we have to recruit a specific Havoc Demon Hunter. That's annoying. I'd like to recruit the best possible player. But what happens when you have a guild of people that are all playing exactly what they want, but now you feel like you have to run like 4 or 5 of one class for a fight, which you haven't since raid buffs have been in the game, basically. Or not nearly as often. Or bring all range to a fight, like Coven of Shavara, right? I think there could be maybe not an equal, but that becomes something you have to think about where with raid buffs, that is something that doesn't exist. Now keep in mind, this is me not making an argument like for me. Like I said this at the beginning of my clip. I am a fan of no raid buffs for myself personally. Like my job and what I do and everything that the way that I interact with this game and everyone in my guild would have significantly more fun without raid buffs because we could be way more creative. And it's like it's an extra way to win by just outthinking. So it's really hard to outthink someone with a comp now because it's just so standardized, right? But like with no raid buffs, you could get fucking saucy, you know, and that's fun. Like I would love this. I'm not making the argument for me. But I could see that definitely being an issue.
talking about it for Mythic Plus, I actually think that raid buffs in Mythic Plus are less egregious than some people potentially think. I do think that they are kind of obnoxious because there are specific polarizing raid buffs, you know, like Mage's Arcane Intellect and Warrior's Battle Shout, where say you were playing, you're basically, to have both of these in the same group, these specs have to be absolutely insane. Typically, it's about one spec a tier that you're playing through in terms of like the damage composition, right? So, for example, whenever I was making my tier list a couple days ago, I think that Mage is going to be the specialization that you're playing through most of the time whenever you're building your composition. There were other specs that I thought were good, like Beast.
I think he's maybe talking. Oh no, he seems to be talking raid. I thought he was talking about
Mastery Hunter, like Subtlety Rogue, right? These are
He's definitely talking about raid
that I thought were really good, but where do they fit into a composition with a Fire Mage? Just generally speaking, the answer.
Oh no, now maybe he is talking about Mythic Plus. Yeah, but the point of this isn't about. I mean, I said in the clip that Mythic raid buffs are objectively bad for Mythic Plus, though. So
they can play with Fire Mage. It's not that it's necessarily impossible, but you get a lot more value whenever you're playing with these raid buffs with things like a Balanced Druid, with things like an Affliction Warlock, right? And so these specs, whenever the Fire Mage is the main character, do a better job of just like fitting in with them. Same with like the Arms Warrior, the Beast Mastery Hunter, and Sub Rogue. Like say if Arms Warrior was the main carry here, Beast Mastery Hunter and Subtlety Rogue, Stonks would actually go up just in that case. So on one hand,
yeah, so
I
definitely
think it's
talking about Mythic Plus,
that it can kind of limit the amount of creativity that you're going to have in terms of just your compositions that you're building for Mythic Plus. On the other hand,
he's just saying Arcane Int doesn't help non-magic classes. Yeah, in Mythic Plus, raid buffs objectively bad, right? Just not good. For this exact reason, right? Like if no raid buffs existed, you might play Fire, BM, and Affliction or something, but because you're bringing Arcane Intellect, naturally balance is like 3% better and it doesn't affect BM at all. So like it's just kind of shutting out a ton of DPS specs. It's exactly right. But also no one is saying raid buffs are good for Mythic Plus, right? No one's arguing that. In a raid, you have enough physical and magic damage dealers that you want all the raid buffs anyway. So the raid buff theory of bring one of every raid buff, which means bring one of every class, it works, which is not what this is talking about.
How a lot of the times that's just kind of.
I don't know why he's talking about this unless he's going to bring this back to rating. Because no one disagreed with the Mythic Plus thing.
That you have to factor in. A question that you end up getting a lot of times is, say Havoc Demon Hunter and Vengeance Demon Hunter are both actually good in the same season. A lot of people will ask, is this playable that you can actually play both of these specializations in the same group? The answer is yes. There's nothing that's inherently stopping you.
Well, yeah, it is, because by bringing the second one, you're not bringing another raid buff. Again, Mythic Plus raid buff's bad.
But both those specializations better be the best at their potential role, right? Like Havoc Demon Hunter better be the best DPS, Vengeance Demon Hunter better be the best tank, because ultimately the Chaos Brain 5% magic damage is kind of part of the kit of the Demon Hunter.
Got nerfed to 3%, right?
And it's something that you can actually just like math out and factor in.
Which are the ones that got nerfed? It was the ones that were meta in Mythic Plus that season, which was pretty funny. But it was like Mage, Arcane Intellect got nerfed. I think Chaos Brand got nerfed. Is it just those two? All the magic ones? It's just those two? Yeah, I mean, I guess you could argue those were good nerfs, though. Because if you feel like those nerfs were overrepresented in Mythic Plus, and in Raid, the nerfed version of Arcane Intellect and Chaos Brand is still enough to be like, we need this one of in our Raid comp, which is, again, the only purpose of Raid buffs. But it nerfs them in Mythic Plus to the point where they're not worse than their physical counterparts and they're no longer brought. I feel like those unless you specifically main those few classes and you're like, I'm not looking at this from an overall game perspective, I just care about what I have, then obviously, But.
Like how much damage are we getting from Chaos Brand? Would it be potentially more damage if we were going to opt into something else? But alternatively, World of Warcraft specs aren't really balanced that well for AoE a lot of the times. And so, you kind of take the best specialization. You don't really worry too much about the raid buff. And that's one of the things that's like, raid buffs are super, super impactful in a 20-player raid and far less impactful in a 5-man dungeon scenario. And I think that that's one of the advantages, actually, of the raid buffs themselves, is that they are so much less impactful in 5-man dungeon scenarios. Now that everybody has one, it's even less impactful, honestly, because
Wait, is he saying they're not actually that bad at Mythic Plus? What is he even trying to argue right now? I'm so confused. Like, here's why I think they make more sense in Raid and Mythic Plus. Because, bro, I'm so confused. I think, let me back up. I'm pretty sure he's, by disagreeing with me by saying, no, they actually aren't bad in Raid, I wonder if he's saying they actually aren't that bad in Mythic Plus. Because this argument he's making in Group 1 and Group 2 here is arguing that, like, they have a bad interaction with Mythic Plus. But then he's saying you could bring both Vengeance and Havoc. But it's like you can and can't. Because, like, yeah, you would if maybe Havoc's the best DPS and Vengeance has the best tank by a lot. But, like, Havoc versus the other thing is still suffering from the fact that raid buffs exist, because you could bring a Mark of the Wild with that if you don't have a Resto Druid. You could bring, you know, a Fort buff if you're not playing a Disc Priest, right? We'll let him keep cooking here, but I don't know. I feel like, for example, the Hunter buff in raid is enough to bring a Hunter to a raid. It has been for every boss since it's been released. But, like, their raid buff in Mythic Plus is completely irrelevant. It's dog shit. So I still think, I don't know.
Are super impactful in a 20-player raid and far less impactful in a 5-man dungeon scenario.
Rashanan, not every boss. Rashanan, bro, are you fucking kidding me right now? Toxic Raven 1123. Are you fucking kidding me that I said raid buffs? It has checked the box for Hunter because it's been useful for every boss, and you cherry picked fucking Rashanan?
One of the advantages actually of the raid buffs themselves is that they are so much less impactful in 5-man dungeon scenarios. Now that everybody has one, it's even less impactful, honestly, because more often than not, you weren't going to be class stacking in Mythic Plus anyways. Everybody brings a raid buff. More often than not, they have some utility to the group. You know, again, like there's some that the Arms Warrior might not have any utility to the raid buff. The Mage, if they were in a full melee comp, they might not have utility on their raid buff. But in general, they have at least some value to the 5-man group in some capacity. You won't see Og. Maybe you'll see Dev. I mean, here's the thing. Damage makes up for everything, right? Raid
Wait,
buffs,
what did he just say?
they have at least some value to the 5-man group in some capacity.
I mean, that's just not true, right? Like, some of them are there's a reason you always find, at some point, you try to find a druid in, like, a raid comp, or, you know, you do the combination of, like, DH and Arcane Ant, or you find a way to get a Fort buff, right? Like, those are not the same as, like, Atrophic Poison and DK Grip and Hunter raid buff, which all have value in raid, but, like, virtually zero in... Bro, what is he
You won't see
fucking...
Og. Maybe you'll see Dev. I mean, here's the thing. Damage makes up for everything, right? Raid buffs aside, the ultimate contributing factor is throughput. At any given point, who cares about raid buffs? You always are going to take the specializations that have the best throughput just time and time again. Where it doesn't matter if you have Time Spiral, it doesn't matter if you have DK Grip. You know, you might play one copy of these, but ultimately, at the end of the day, any specialization can be meta at any given point. If you give them a 20% damage buff or a 20% throughput increase, you can make any specialization meta, and it's not that hard.
He basically has the opposite POV as you. He thinks raid buffs are fine in Mythic Plus and bad in raid. Wow. Yeah, I mean... L bench. L. All right. What are we going to do before that? We're going to watch an interview? Is it on Wowhead? Everyone that has a different take than me is wrong. All right. Where is... Do I go to retail here? It is on retail. Why is it showing me D4 articles? I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. What is it? Isn't the point of raid buffs to force you to bring a diverse comp to raid instead of stacking 30 warriors like vanilla? I think that is a reason why raid buffs exist. Is there a better solution than that? I don't know if there's a better solution. I just think Blizzard has been like, we know we can have this in the game, and that kind of prevents that from happening, and we should just keep it like this. And really the main losers in this, I think, are Mythic Plus in general. PC Gamer interview with Ian Hazakostas. Story arcs, impact of roadmap. Okay. And what's the other one? There was like a Nagura one at whatever the WoW 30th anniversary thing is. Max, I made timestamps for the Nagura interview. Okay, so let's open up all the ones we want to look at here. So PC gamer interview. Hopefully it's oh, let's get Dark Reader going. And wait. Where's Dark Reader? Is it gone? Oh no. My extension has been ruined. Hit turn off the lights. Oh, is that a thing now? Run extension, turn off the lights. That is not... That's... Okay. Okay, so maybe not that one. I don't like reading the... I like reading what they say, not the summary. And then Nagura's YouTube. What were the top 3 things for Nagura YouTube, Nagura age, Nagura Twitch, Nagura boyfriend? Wow. Wow. That's not surprising, but it's just like wow. Okay. 1 day ago, and then
Perfect.
someone
Well-
sent me timestamps because it wasn't done here. Unless someone also has it. Oh, yo, someone did it in the thing too. That's good. Sweet. Shall we start with this? Wait. Oh, I need to order food before we do this though. Oh yeah, okay. So we're gonna order food. We're gonna do the chat poll counts. And versus my poll count predictions. I need to order some food though. So I definitely want some pasta. Ooh, I remember this pasta being very good. I'm gonna get this. Yeah. With whole wheat spaghetti. Yeah. 1 second. Let me see if girlfriend wants anything. Max, do you have Ichido ramen? No, I haven't heard of that, bro. I haven't heard of it. Let me order this food real quick. So we'll do that for the interview, and then we'll do the ranking thing first. Okay. This is the time where we look at our poll count rankings. Before we do this, though, we're going to go back and look at my old one and see how right and wrong we all were. Okay? So where did I do this? My Twitch chat predicts the Raced World first poll count. Holy shit, this got 0 views last time. No one cares. That's fine. It'll be fun stream content anyway. Do we see the final ones? How long will the race last? And then comparing to my predictions. Do we show chat? Oh, no, here we go. Okay, so here's the chat one. So chat guessed that we'd 1-shot the first boss. We'd 3-shot Bloodbound Horror. We'd 4-shot Sickran. We'd 1-shot Rashanan. Ovanax would be 43. Nexus Princess is 72. Silken Cord's 270. Anthrax 325. Okay, so yeah, we one-shot the first 4, so you guys were a little off on Sick Red and Bloodbound. Although the total amount of in-between pulls is there. I think, like, the significance of calling for a one-shot versus a non-one-shot is, like, almost... It's like a binary, like, do you one-shot it or not for the first couple? And then you guys said that Ansrek would die Thursday of week 2. Is that true? When did... Wasn't it, like, over the weekend in week 2? Wait, when did Ansrek die? I actually don't remember. When you killed her. Wasn't it Saturday? It was Saturday. I got it right with me. It was Sunday. Saturday night. Oh, yeah. I think it was like 2 minutes into Sunday. But, like, it was basically Saturday. Okay. Cool. So you guys were not too far off on Ansarek. Not too far off on Silken Court. Very off on Nexus Princess and Ovanax. But I think I was too. Like, let's look at my predictions. My predictions were, okay, W on the first 4. W on the first 4. Called the one shot on all of them. Just like that. All right, now I got Ovanax super wrong. I got Nexus Princess 2 pulls more wrong than you guys did. Silken Court, I think I was closer on Silken Court than you guys were, I think. Yeah, and then Ansarek, I was super wrong. You don't get W's for one-shots? Yes, I do. I decide who gets W's. And then we both guessed Thursday of week 2, which, admittedly, that is the average length of a Race World First ending. I think that is the 9th or 10th day. That's, like, over all of the races I've done, which, by the way, this is going to be my 12th one, which I can't even believe that that's true. But that is the average is time it takes for the race to happen. Now, some of them recently have been simultaneous releases. On all the simultaneous releases, I think what they've happened since Vault. Vault was 10 days, I think. And then Sarkareth was 6 days or 5 days. And then Fyrak was, I think, over that second weekend as well. Was like around 11 or 12 days. And then the last race wasn't a simultaneous release. And also last raid was just wait. It is extremely unlikely that there will ever be another raid as hard as this last raid was, like, relative to the people's skill level at the time. Because, like, it competed with Sepulcher pull counts, while Sepulcher was literally tuned for... Sepulcher had, like, 3 or 4 more bosses, and it was... some of them were tuned for having multiple legendaries, which wasn't true until, like, the 3rd week of the patch. Like, or after the raid came out, which is insane. So that'll probably never happen again. At least historically, that wouldn't be true. Okay, so let's do this again. So we're going to do Dratnos videos, I think, because Dratnos shows all of them. Why did I Google Dratnos YouTube when I was already on YouTube? We're going to do this to look over the raid fights. So we'll start with the first couple. So let's get a little no DP going. And let's do the boss. I actually don't remember. Is the first boss's name Vexy? Yes. And then second boss would be Cauldron. Third boss is Rick Reverb. Third boss is Styx. Well, I don't know if Styx or Sprocketmonger is technically fourth, but Styx, Bunk, Junker. Then we have Sprocketmonger, Lockenstock. Then we have one armed bandit. And then we have Muggsy. And then we have Gallywix. I am going to send my pull count predictions now to Dratnos. And then for you guys, I'm going to show you the boss a little bit from Mythic testing. And then explain a little bit what the boss does to you. And then I will allow you guys to pick your pull counts. I'll let you guys type what you guys think it should be in the chat. And then I'll narrow it down I'll narrow it down based on like the average of what you guys are typing and let you pick a specific pull count. Okay, so I'm gonna send this to Dratnos now. Let me think about this for a second. Damn, I'm noticing in my pull count predictions that I'm letting last tier influence me, even though I know there's probably going to be a bounce back. I mean, the last boss is such like a... The last boss is such a... just a total gamble. Like, it's so different than Heroic. No one's even seen it on Heroic. And it's probably has a mythic phase, which, like, who knows what that means. Some are easy, some are hard. So, okay. So, I have sent these to Dratnos officially. So, non-edited. I'm not going to change my opinion. It's just there. All right, now let's do chats. Okay, so starting with Vexy. So, you guys probably don't need a long time to guess what you think about Vexy, but I just want to use this as a chance to explain this to you, because I think part of this video being interesting is, like, I'll also give you, like, a little preview of the bosses. So, this boss is a fucking giant, like, tank thing, and the way you kill it is the boss shoots these dudes on bikes at you, you kill the bike guys, and then you jump on the bike and shoot it into the boss, which removes armor, and then you get a damage amp phase, and you do that a couple times, and it dies. That's the idea. So you have to soak oil on the ground. There's, like, oil in bikes, and there's a big, cool tank boss. Unrelated to the pull count prediction, I think this is going to be, like, such a really well-liked first boss, because it's easy, which you want from a first boss. It's, like, easy to understand and will be easy to execute. It's just thematically fucking cool. And also, whenever it spawns, it, like, skirts around the room and kills everyone, which I think is fun. Okay, so, anyways, pull count prediction. I'm assuming... What do you guys think for pull counts for first guy? Don't have to spend too long on the first boss. And this is for the Race to World first. This is, like, what we'll use our pull counts for this. Like, the Race to World first. 1. Okay, you guys are saying on average 1. So, we'll do that. Okay, going to Cauldron of Carnage. So Cauldron of Carnage is basically like a Godzilla vs. Kong battle bots style boss. You have, like, split raid, and then there's, like, an intermission with a crazy visual. There's, like, soak things on one side, don't move a lot things on the other. And the mythic mechanic is it spawns a bunch of fun size Godzillas on this side, and on the King Kong side, it spawns a bunch of fun size King Kongs. And the mythic mechanic is you have to, like, knock these things into each other, and then they crash into each other and they do raid damage. You only want one stack at a time. There's significantly less of them since this testing that Dratnos did. They made it way simpler. Basically, they did, like, if you guys remember testing Agira, where, like, Agira was, like, kind of hard on testing or seemed like it had too many mechanics for a second boss, and then, as you would expect, they just gave it the second, oh, this is a second boss treatment, and made it way easier. They did that with this boss as well. So that's basically this boss. The intermission looks like this, by the way, just so you can see it. I'm not even making this up. This is the actual animation, and there's no setting you can turn down to make it not look like this. So good luck trying to stand in the middle of both these bosses. But yeah, it's fucking crazy. Also, you get to see the new, like, swirly animations here. I'm not even like, if this was, like, the second to last boss, I'd be like, how is this animation in the game? This is so bad for gameplay reasons. But it's the second boss. It's going to be fucking easy. It looks fucking sick. So I'm not super mad about it. It's like I think it's, like, so anti-fun to be like, this animation is too hard to see. Like, bro, it's the second boss. And it looks sick, you know. Anyways, amount of pulls on the second boss for chat. Seeing a lot of 1s, a lot of 2s, 3s, and 4s. Okay, so we're going to actually have to pull this. That's interesting. All right, for the second boss, there's a pull out. Okay, looks like it's 1. Looks like it's going to win comfortably. 2's, like, close enough to where I might let the poll keep going. Okay, looks like you guys are picking one. Cool. All right. On to Mr. Reverb. So, I guess I'm kind of maybe helping you guys out a little bit here, but it is the Race World first pull counts we're talking about. I think Rick Reverb is, first of all, really thematic and cool boss name. Like, all of its stuff, it's like, its mechanics are called, like, Sound Cloud and Beat Drop and all kinds of crazy shit. But basically the point of the fight is it just spawns amplifiers, and they're constantly like trying to charge to full. When they're at full, they pulse raid damage among some other interactions. And to do the fight, you need to like place these amplifiers, and then you need to have a rotation of soaks on them. And then that's kind of it. The boss spawns some ads that needs to die. It does some, I don't know. It does some like stuff you have to dodge. You get MC'd if you get hit by 2 of these in a short amount of time. The intermission is, hopefully they get to the intermission here. The intermission is the boss cast Sound Cloud or whatever. Oh, they're like dying in the intermission. Okay. They did another testing after this where the boss was significantly easier. But like in the intermission, the boss casts some shit and you have to like, you get bounced up and it's like a stop DPS. The boss takes no damage during it except for the enrage one. But that's the idea for the third boss. I think this boss will be a little harder than Sikran, I would imagine. It's just simply mechanically more difficult than Sikran. But it's also early in the raid, so who knows. But anyways, pull count guesses on Mr. Reverb. For the Race to World first, by the way. Okay, seeing a lot of 5s, seeing a lot of 1s. Okay, we're going to pull this again. What's the best way to pull this? Let's see. So 1, probably, I'm not seeing any more than 5. So I'm just going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then if it's close, we might do a runoff. How about one shot or not? Actually, that might be, you know, honestly, when I was looking at what the last pull count thing said or not, one shot or not for the first like 3 is kind of better than getting the exact pull count. Chat, please remember how every other tier goes. The first 4 to 5 bosses are one shots. Is that true? I don't remember our pull counts for every raid we've done, but just for science, I kind of want to think about that. So, Amir Drasil, we one shot Gnarl Root, we one shot Agira. We one shot Volcaros. That's just 3. But not true with 4. Actually, I want to say it's extremely rare to one shot the first 4. In fact, I want to say, have we ever one shot the first 4? Hold up. This is a sorry. Little bit of a detour here. Okay, so 3-1. So we're just going to say 3. That's fine. But just for fun, I want to... You just did? Oh, besides the last raid, of course. I mean, obviously we did the last raid. I'm just saying... like, before last raid. I don't think it's happened before last raid. This detour is going to cost us 31 years. That's fine. That's what you expect from the stream. Doesn't Raider.io give you pull counts? Maybe that's a better way to do it. But I'm pretty sure I'll remember just by looking at the bosses. It'll be faster than clicking a bunch of web pages. Okay. Why is little bro logging onto his character? I don't know. Looking at the dungeon journal in game is just easier for me. Okay, so Nerebar Palace, first 4 were one shots. But has it ever happened since I've been doing the Race World first since then? Amir Drasil. No, we did not one-shot Council, although we could have. We basically didn't one-shot Council because people had been doing farm too long, and they forgot to, like, play for a kill in the Race World first, and we just weren't in the ducks enough. If you go in the ducks all the time, it was just, like, an easy one-shot, but we didn't, so can't say that we did. Aberrus, first 4. Kazara, yes. Amalgamation Chamber, yes. Assault of the Zakala, yes. Forgotten Experiments, no, although we certainly could have. And Rash Shock was also, like, not that many, but didn't do it. Okay, Vault, definitely not. Taros was the 3rd boss and took us maybe like 3 or 4 pulls, and Senarth was the 4th boss and took us probably like 10, maybe 9, something like that. So no. So did not one-shot the first 4 bosses in all of Dragonflight. Shadowlands. Castle Nathria. Shriekwing, yes. Huntsman Altamore, yes. Hungering Destroyer, yes. But Sun King Salvation, no. And Zymox, no. So not in Castle Nathria. Sanctum of Domination, Terraguru, yes. Eye of the Jailer, yes. The 9, yes. Remnant of Ner'zhul, definitely no. And Soul Render, obviously no. Sepulchre, the first one's Vigilant Guardian, yes. Skolex. DeSausage, yes. We did one-shot DeSausage. I don't remember Skolex. Was it you didn't one-shot I, you 4-shot it apparently? Oh, that's interesting. I mean, still the answer is no, though. Because we didn't do 4. Zymox... definitely no, and I don't remember Skolex, but maybe. So no here in Sepulchre. Okay, so none for all of Shadowlands. So only one quick more expansion. Uldir, Talok, yes. Mother, no. We did not one-shot Mother. So just no. Battle to Zarlar, Champion of the Light, yes. Grong, no. I believe we wiped on Grong a few times, so immediately no. Crucible of Storms, not relevant. Certainly not, though. They're very hard. Eternal Palace, Savara, yes. Behemoth, yes. Radiance of Ashara, yes. Ashvane, definitely not. Nyalotha, Rathion, yes. Skitra, I think we actually had like a stupid wipe, so the answer is no. But also, like, even if you did the first 3, which were all possible, I don't think we would have one-shot any of Shadhar as an Asher. Actually, no. We did one-shot Shadhar, I'm pretty sure. Maybe it was 2. We killed this, like, fucking crazy fast. You wiped on Rathion? Oh, maybe. Okay. Okay, going back to... Oh, well, I didn't... Let me just Legion for fun. Nathendra, yes. Elorith Renfarrell, yes. Ursoc, yes. Dragons of Nightmare, no. So not an Emerald Nightmare even. Trial of Valor, not even 4 bosses. Also, they were all very hard. Didn't one-shot any of those fights. Nighthold. Scorpion, yes. Chronomatic Anomaly, no. We wiped on that one time. As well as probably Trilly X. Tumas Argeris, Goroth, yes. Demonic Inquisition, no. Okay, immediately not. And Taurus. Grothi, yes. Fellbounds, yes. I don't remember High Command, but we definitely didn't one-shot Portal Keeper or Enar, so. Okay. The answer is it's extremely fucking rare / probably never happened where you one-shot the first 4 bosses, and it is hilarious that this is true. I think this is true. I think Nerebar Palace both had the easiest first 4 bosses in a raid and the hardest last 4. Because I think the only raid that you can compare the last 4 bosses to Nerebar Palace is Sepulchre, and Nerebar Palace wins. Ansurek and Jailer, I think, cancel each other out. Nexus Princess Kaiveza is harder than Rygolon. Silken Court is harder than Anduin. And Brood Twister is harder than Lords of Dread. So, that's insane. I mean, even if you could, I guess, argue the last 4. I don't really think it's arguable, though. You could, because, well, also the reason, okay, that's not even really fair, though, because you're specifically cherry-picking the last 4 bosses, and Halandris is harder than Rygolon, Anduin, and Lords of Dread, right? And you're skipping Halandris because it happened to not be one of the last 4 bosses. So if you kick out Lords of Dread and you swap in Halandris, and you compare Rygolon, Anduin, Halandris, and Jailer, it's like really fucking close / maybe Sepulchre wins. But either way, it's like, those are the top 2 hardest last 4 bosses ever, and it's not close. And it's, I think, without a doubt, the easiest first 4 bosses, at least for the race. Huh. What a weird fucking raid. No wonder Brood Twister felt like shit. It was really fucking hard for like the 4th to last boss, and the previous boss was probably one of the easiest 4th bosses ever. Anyways. Okay. Random tangent over. Back to the list. Okay, so we were talking about Mr. Reverb, and you guys landed on 3. So we're just going to do 3, but also whether it's one shot or non one shot, I'll give you guys the benefit of the doubt. Non one shot is what you say. So like we're not one shotting it. And the other ones you think they're all one shots. Okay, cool. On to Styx Bunk Junker. So how Styx Bunk Junker works is on Heroic, there's like 2 phases. On Mythic, basically the fight is in 1 phase the whole time, which is the boss puts out a bunch of trash. It turns 4 people into a trash pile that you have to run over a certain amount of smalls to become medium, a certain amount of mediums to become large. And then within all of those things, there's like little tiny mechanics you're doing. At the same time, the boss is going to naturally give you area denial, and it's going to burn a certain amount of trash around the room. So you also, the fight is intended for you to like have to move around the room a little bit as well. So first of all, really cool boss. I think this is a really cool boss, and I hope will be really good. The testing that Dratnos used for this, they did retest it. This testing, it was just bugged, and you can see him roll over a small pile of trash multiple times and just not roll over it, which is just, all of this is just a bug, right? It just wasn't working well. They retested it and it worked better. So bad, if you're being tricked by like, oh, they wiped instantly in testing, that means it's gonna be super hard. That's not necessarily accurate. But like compared to like Rashidan, you know, maybe you think there's a little bit more going on here. So I'm interested in what your guys' pull count is for this. I don't really need to explain it much more than this, but I will say that in general, if it matters, I think this boss is really cool, and I'm glad they made this fight. This is like a really, really unique and cool encounter. Okay, let's get your pull count predictions. So this, again, this is for the Race to World First. What is it? In Nerebar, the first 4 was linear. This raid, any boss 2 to 5 can be overtuned. That is true. Maybe before I show this any further, like the way that last raid worked was it was just a straight line, just a complete straight line to the whole raid, and then you could pick between Brood Twister and Nexus Princess Kaiveza, and then it became linear again, and you just did this. That was last raid's layout. This is this raid's layout. You kill the first boss, and then you can go to 4 different other bosses. Once all 4 of them are dead, you can go to the 6th boss, and then the 7th boss, and then the last boss. So this raid is very different in that way. However, I'd be willing to bet from just the way the fights are made that even though technically any of the first bosses 2 to 5 could be the second boss, they're also not. You know? Like, there's a very clear established difficulty curve. Like, Cauldron of Carnage is without a doubt the second boss. Rick Reverb is without a doubt the third boss. Maybe there's a question with Styx Bunk Junker and Sprocketmonger, but it seems like Styx is the 4th boss and Sprocketmonger is the 5th. So it's more about like the raid layout aesthetically more than like an actual linear path, because I think I'd be willing to bet a lot of money on exactly what order all the bosses are killed in. Yeah. So anyways, I wasn't reading your all's guesses. What is Styx Bunk Junker? What was your all's guess? I see, let me just look here. I see 10, 13, 12. Okay, so the poll should probably be like, let's narrow it down here. The way to do this is by doing it in groups. So it'd be 5 to 10. Seems like none of you, actually, I mean, I guess for the sake of argument, we can say 1 to 5. And then 6 to 10. And then we'll narrow it down within that range once you guys are set on a range. 11 to 15. 16 to 20. And then let's just say 21 plus as an option. Okay, polls out. How long do you think Styx Bunk Junker will be? Okay, so it looks like 6 to 10 and 11 to 15 are really close. So I'm going to do it in... What I think I'm going to do is do 6 through 15 in 2 poll increments just to like get close, because it seemed like 70% of you are within like 40% of the poll, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think almost 80% of you. So I'll redo the poll when it's over here, and I'm gonna do like 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 basically. because I think that covers all those ranges just fine. And whenever we do the ranking of this later on how close you got, I'll give you credit if it's like 1 away from any of those numbers you picked. Okay, pull time. Interesting that more of you thought it would be 1 to 5 than 21 plus too. I think that's interesting. Okay, sticks. Not like wrong or anything, just like I would have suspected actually you would have picked the other way. Okay, so 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. New polls out. I'll give you some more context on this too. Hopefully not to gaslight your vote, but also I don't care if I do. Or influence it. Styx is a weird boss where like you can have a really good pull by just having, let's just say you get better at this fight the more that each individual person gets trash piles so they know what to do. Maybe in the race world first you'd expect we're more prepared than that and everyone will know how to do it after doing it on heroic a bunch of times maybe. But like it is the kind of boss where like the same people can get picked a lot and then like you can RNG a really low pull. Like there's actually a lot of fights like that that exist in raiding where you actually get better at the fight by having the same people get picked. So maybe this is a fight that realistically you could kill in 6 pulls or 14 pulls, and it would purely be based on like who gets the mechanics when. Like you could just have a lucky pull. Okay, 8 wins by 2 votes. So 8 and 12. So that's what you guys are getting. We're not doing a runoff because I just don't care. 8 wins for Styx Bunk Chunker. Okay. 8 and 12 are so close. Just lock in 10. Okay, do you guys want 8 or 10? You have 2 choices, and I'm not going to do another poll because it's going to waste time. I'm just going to, whichever one of you guys type more of each. I think I'm seeing slightly more 10s than 8s. It's actually really fucking close. I don't know. I'm going to pick one person in chat, and you're going to decide. Someone who's not actually typing a number. All right. Smolderon Daddy Uwu. You are choosing 8 or 10. Your choice is going to be the difference. I've randomly selected a chatter. You're saying yes. Stop saying yes. Just say one of the 2 numbers. 8 or 10, buddy. 10. Okay. 10 it is. He has spoken for all of chat. W. All right. Next boss. Sprocketmonger Lockenstock. So this is a boss. Really simple. Only single target. Well, simple to understand. But the boss just does a bunch of like quirky gizmo-related mechanics. It spawns some weapons into the arena. The way it is there's like 4 conveyor belts, and 2 of them are covered with lightning at any given time. 2 of them are covered with lightning at any given time. They change throughout the phase, so you have to move. There's also these mines that spawn that have to be dealt with. You have to like soak them at the right time, or else you blow up. Now you see the lightning has moved from here to there, so people swap over. And then there's an intermission phase, and then it just repeats. Each time P1 comes back, it's a little bit harder because it has an empowered weapon. So, like, technically the second time you're in this phase will be harder than the third time, and then vice versa. Mythic mechanic. It's Silken Court, but way easier. So you see, this is what it'll look like when you're doing the fight, at least as of right now. It'll show your circle, and then obviously there's a bunch of other red people, but you can touch the red people. It doesn't really matter. It splits the raid in half, red and blue. You see the blue people very clearly. So, like, way easier than Silken Court. They have, like, an actual animation around them so you can see if you're close or not. And if you hit someone else, it does a small amount of damage and knocks them back, but doesn't, like, instantly kill you or anything. So, Silken Court, but I feel like saying the word Silken Court will instantly make you think, like, Omega difficulty, but, like, it's just way easier than that version of it. The intermission is you still have debuffs, but like you have to make your way to the boss and somehow find a way to do damage, and the whole room is lightning except for the conveyor belt things. There's also some mechanics happening, whatever. Clearly a jump up in difficulty if that wasn't already super obvious. All right, what are the pulls you guys are looking for Sprocketmonger Lock and Stock, which is in the Brood Twister version, or Brood Twister spot in the raid, but also it's technically in like the Naimu or Laredar spot of the raid, which Naimu and Laredar famously died in like 5 to 6 pulls, right? So saying it's going to be 100, it's like really rare for Brood Twister's spot to be over 100, right? So whatever you guys think. Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of different numbers here. Let's just do a quick pull. So it doesn't look like anyone thinks it's done in under 20. Almost no one has typed that. I think like a couple people. So let's do a poll that is so 10 to 20, 21 to 40. These are kind of bigger ranges, but it's fine. 41 to 60. 61 to 80. We're gonna have to do multiple polls for this. That's okay. 81 plus. Okay, polls out. I guess I should have done 0 to 20, but like it wouldn't have mattered. Okay, so you guys are in the realm of 21 to 40. Kind of decidedly. Okay, 21 to 40. So the next vote will probably be increments of 4, I guess, in between that on the road to 40. Someone in chat says, I love how my vote has the same power as someone who plays this game. Okay, here we go. Poll. Sprocket 2. This would be 20 to 24. Or let's just do 21 to 25. 26 to 30. 31 to 35. And then for fun, we'll do 40 or 36 to 40. And I'll do just, it's kind of near the range, like 41 to 45. Okay. View botting, 6.5k people watching, less than 300 votes. That's how like all Twitch chats votes / literally elections, just in general, that's just like what people do. Also, I'm a second monitor streamer, so most people listen instead of interact or have it as the main thing they're doing. But also, I am probably view botting. Any bots in here? If you're a bot, make yourself known. Mr. Destructoid. Okay, so 41 to 45 is winning. I guess that makes sense because even though 21 to 41, the majority of people were probably on the upper side of that, and also it's including all of the things there. So, that's fine. We can do one more poll. So, Sprocket, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. This is super minor, but maybe one of them will randomly win. I mean, I guess the only two that make sense to vote here are like 41 and 45, kind of. Right? Because, like, you'll be closer to the number if it's higher or lower, kind of. Oh, actually, right in the middle is winning. That's interesting. I would not have expected that. All right, cool. Looks like 43 is going to win, but maybe that will change. I mean, 40, I mean, honestly, we could give you guys like a range. I didn't use a range, though. I picked like exact numbers, but yeah. So you guys picked 43. Cool. One-armed bandit. So this is in the... Oh, wait. Actually, the thing might change. It's within 5 votes. 4 votes. Okay, 43-1. Cool. All right, so next boss, One Arm Bandit. As the name would suggest, the boss is literally a slot machine, and the room looks like this. It's fucking sick. Basically, how the boss works is it has like 4 different like things that you can, like coins you can put in the slot. So it's flame, coin, shock, and bomb. And every time he does one of his phases, you have to deposit 2 coins or the boss will enrage. He gives you an option of 3. Basically, there's 6 total options between dunking 2 things and him giving you rotating things of 3, but there are 4 total of them. What I just said is so confusing, but basically, like, it'll spawn 3 ads just like this, and you get to choose your phases, right? Which is kind of cool. And you have to roll coins through them and all kinds of crazy shit. And then each phase has like specific interactions based on what you've done, and it gives you a little bit of control as to the fight that you want to do at different times. The last phase is a dedicated execute phase, which, if anyone's paying attention, has not happened for a very, very fucking long time. Since Sanctum of Domination, Blizzard has been terrified of doing like percentage-based pushes. Like when you have ones like that, like Sarkareth, right? They're timed and not percentage-based because there was so much damage stopping that they tried to just remove that entirely, which admittedly worked. There has been 0 damage stopping since Sanctum, but like by removing bosses push at 70% versus bosses are in this phase for a couple minutes, that hasn't been the case. And then when you add an actual execute phase, there hasn't been a boss that has had a, okay, you get to 30 or 40%, and everything you've done before this point doesn't matter at this point. Now there's just an enrage timer starting when you get to this percent to when the boss dies. And this boss has that. So a dedicated execute phase that has like an enrage that's not a fight enrage. It is purely based on when you get to the execute phase, and then you just have a certain amount of time from that point to kill it. This fight has that. So what you're seeing right now is for the first like 60% of the fight-ish, and then you get to an execute phase, and then it will basically do some semblance of mechanics that correlate to this kind of, and then it ends with a big bomb cast that will kill you if the boss is not dead before the bomb cast. So that's the idea. This is in the Sludge Fist spot in the raid. This is in the, you know, the Nexus Princess Kaiveza spot of the raid. I'm cherry picking some hard and really good bosses, but you know, it's in the like third to last boss. This is when fights start getting real spot of the raid. It is not pure single target, has a lot of cleave. You cleave down these ads, and you also have like little bomb things that have to be AoE'd when they spawn, potentially, if you choose to go that route. And then it has a dedicated execute phase for the first time in... Man, I actually don't remember the last boss that had a dedicated execute phase. A lot of people confuse them because they're like, oh, you think of P3 of a boss that has execute, but usually the damage you do before that point transfers. Like, I mean, just like basically every boss like that. The Razageth, the damage you do in P2 matters in P3. Argus, yeah, Argus had a dedicated execute phase, yeah. So did, you know, plenty of bosses in before Sanctum. But since Sanctum, pretty much non-existent. Rygalon, no. No, the damage you do for the entire fight of Rygalon all counts in the execute phase. What I mean by dedicated execute phase is, as far as killing the boss, it's about doing a damage in a specific phase, and the damage you do before that does not help you in that phase. So it's very rare. I don't think there has been one in more than 5 years. So what are we getting for pull counts here? Let me scroll up a little bit. I'm seeing 100, 72, 150. What is the average pull count for the third to last boss? Nexus Princess definitely jumped it up a little bit. Actually, has the third to last boss ever had a pull count of over 300? I don't think so. I mean, Halandris maybe, but like that wasn't the third to last boss, so you're kind of cherry picking a little bit, but... $186 on the dot. Okay, let's break it down here. So let's do a poll. let's say, let's just do big numbers here. 1 through 50, 51 through 100, 100 to 150, or 101 to 150 if we want to get specific. 151 to 200, and 200 plus. Let's just narrow it down. Your horse behind you is doing some things. Which one? Ella? Oh, she's just licking her butt. Ella, stop that shit. That's gross. Come on. What are we doing here? All right, there is a poll out. It looks like 101 to 150 is winning pretty significantly. Okay, so we'll redo the poll in a second. Reptar got evicted. He does that. Can you re-explain the coin part? It's hard to understand. It's much simpler than it seems. It's kind of like a Gira where like the boss gives you, you're most likely going to have to deal with every phase, although you could potentially push and skip some of them. You're on progression, you're most likely going to have to deal with every phase. And then you just kind of decide in which order you want to do them, but you have to do them all. Does that make sense? That's all it is. The coin thing is just going to distract you a little bit, I think. Can you stack the poker chip buff? No, it just refreshes. But another element of the fight is when you roll these coins, if you stand right next to it but don't get hit by it, you get a damage buff, which you'll also need to optimize. Okay, so redoing the pull. This is one-armed, so I guess 100 to 110, 111 through 120. 121 to 130, 131 to 140, and 141 to 150. Let's go, chat. Okay, seems to be pretty close to 100 and 110 and 141 to 150. So the outer extremes, which kind of makes sense. But we must respect the poll. You feel like the tuning here will be dumb? I mean, there's multiple ways to look at it. Like last tier, the boss in this spot was 300 attempts. But also Blizzard historically has reactive tuning, meaning they tune the upcoming raid as a reaction to the previous one. And usually what that looks like is the last raid was like nuclear difficulty. Okay, we're going to make this next raid a little easier. The last raid was really easy. We're going to make the next raid really hard. Outside of specifically, which this is important that it was recent, outside of a Mirdrasil to Nerebar Palace, that has happened without question, like reactively going in the opposite direction, basically every raid since MoP. But again, the two most recent raids, I mean, there was a little bit of reactive stuff. They mentioned in a previous interview about Amir Drasil that they said a big reason that Tindral was bad was similar to Brood Twister, where people were just at it too early because Naimu and Laredar weren't as hard as they should have been. So people were just at a boss earlier than they should be realistically. So that it might have been reactive tuning that like Nexus Princess and Brood Twister were made harder for that exact reason. So Silken Court didn't end up being like Tindral, right? Not to say that it had that effect, but like you could deduce that maybe being why those were hard, but it doesn't explain the Rashinan thing. But you know, maybe that could just be a one-off thing. Who knows? Maybe that's someone's first raid boss. Literally, you have no idea, right? Okay, so what won the poll, by the way? I wasn't paying attention. $141 to $150. One. Okay. I don't really feel like doing another poll. Are you guys chill with like 145? Is that cool? So we just don't have to do another poll. Just like right in the middle. All good. It's like close enough, right? Okay, getting mostly yeses. We're just going to do that. I'll give you, if it's in the 140s, this is going to be a YouTube video. We can refer to this later. I'll give you credit for that. I just don't feel like doing another poll. All right. Muggsy. Second to last boss. How this boss works is as you can see, it's an ogre. Half of it's wearing a tuxedo, which is, I believe, Z. And then the mug half is wearing, like, just like being like a basic ass ogre with like some crazy ass shoulder pads. Z has a gun and Mug has fingers. And like literally on Mug's side, he shoots finger guns. That's the ability name. And on Z's side, he like actually has a gun, just like some shit like that. Really thematic, really quirky. Like, people are gonna, I think, enjoy the quirkiness of this boss. But basically how this works is on Mythic, you determine what phase you're on by all 20 people being on a certain side of the room. You can see how they're clearly defined. All the mechanics interact with each other. On Z's side, he spawns bombs, and the only way to blow up those bombs is, well, there's a few mechanics, but like clearly you need to use them to like open up the jails on Mug's side. Mug's side gives you jails. And you need to use some of those walls to maybe deal with like the ice boots they give you. There's just a bunch of mechanics. I'll let it play a little bit. There's like some zap bots you have to get rid of. That's your basic raid damage. But basically the first 60 to 70% of this boss, I think 60% of this boss is purely dealing with like bouncing back and forth between these phases. And you do have to go to each phase because like he enrages basically when he hits 100 energy. That's the bit of this fight. You can see his energy going up. When he hits 100, he enrages. To reset his energy, you just swap sides of the room. So the first bit of the fight is just you're dealing with both mechanics, and both of them kind of interact. Ideally, who knows how it'll actually turn out. They are supposed to like interact with each other and work. Mechanics work with each other. You use this hot mess to get rid of like the Frost Shatter boots debuff that you get on the other side, for example. They don't live very long here, but that's the idea of the encounter. It is the second to last boss. It is single target. Not really. Like, you have to kill the goons. So like a little bit of multi-target, but mostly single target for sure. And the robots. The last phase, again, remember how I told you that One-Armed Bandit had a dedicated execute phase, and it's like the first boss in like many, many years to have one of those? So does Muggsy. Randomly, they're like first boss ever. In like a long fucking time, One-Armed Bandit has a dedicated execute phase. Muggsy is the same thing. When you get Muggsy to, I think it's 40%, he just starts his energy at 0 again, and you just have to kill him before it hits 100. And obviously generates a little slower, and then he uses mechanics from both phases. And there's like a little spinning thing in the middle you have to deal with, and you have to like find a way to deal with different mechanic lineups. It's like another like burn phase. So potentially really cool. I thought this boss was really cool in testing. I think it needed a little work, but it's had work done to it since then. We don't really know what it looks like, but that's what the second to last boss is. All right, so poll counter predictions. What are you guys thinking? Second to last boss, young Muggsy. Ooh, very high poll count guesses. Let's see. Seeing like, ooh, boy, those are high. Okay, let's go. Let's do this poll. Okay, Mug. So let's narrow it down. I haven't seen anyone say under 100. So I'm just going to start this at 100. Let's do 100 to 150. Let's do 200, or 151 to 200. Let's do 201 to 250. 251 to 300. And then just 300 plus. Pulls out. When was the last boss when was the last second to last boss that was 300 plus pulls? Obviously Tindril. Before Tindril, when was the last second to last boss that had more than 300 attempts? Stone Legion? I don't remember how many pulls Stone Legion was, actually. So basically, this was Stone Legion Generals. How do I check this? Raider.io. Raider.io. Raids. Nerebar Palace, raid rankings, liquid, and then go to legacy raids, which will probably be at the bottom. Wait, where? How do you show legacy? Oh, here we go. Shadowlands raids. Okay. Castle Nathria, Mythic, Stone Legion. Does it show the attempts anywhere? Is that on this website? Does it show the attempts anywhere here? I don't think so. On Warcraft logs? Maybe, yeah. I don't know. 200 to 250 won the poll, by the way. But I'm going to look at Warcraft logs, though. Let me make sure I don't leak anything. Raids, War Within, Shadowlands. Castle Nathria, rankings. Oh, no, like guild rankings. How do I do that? How the fuck do I do what? How do you look at this website? There should be a progress tab. Oh, you're right. I missed that. Okay. Shadowlands, Castle Nathria, progress, liquid. Okay, so we're at liquid. Click on this. Yeah, progress. Castle Nathria. Okay, I think I might have found it. Okay, I'm pretty sure I found it. All right. So I think that's this. Sire to Nathrius Mythic was 143. Ooh, Stone Legion's just under 300. Okay, so 300 plus pull second to last bosses. You'd have to go all the way back to Fallen Avatar, which outside of Tindral, it's been almost it was the end of that expansion. Middle, I guess. So probably be almost 7.5 to 8 years since a second to last boss has taken more than 300 pulls. Okay. 5 hunters. Yep, 5 hunters, 3 unholy DKs. This is what happens when there's less raid buffs. And Shadowlands. Still some raid buffs, just half as many as we have now. You can do stuff like that. Tying that into our old conversation. Okay, back to Muggsy. So you guys picked 200 to 250 for Muggsy, which is on the higher end of a second to last boss pull counts historically. So I'll do another pull and let you guys get closer, I guess. Let's just do 200 to 210, 211 to 220, 221 to 230, 231 to 240, and 241 to 250. W, putting it out there. Max, I expect this raid to be harder than Nerebar, but a better curve. I mean, that would be historically significant. Here's why. So every time there's been a crazy hard raid, except for Amir Drasil to Nerebar Palace, there has been a kickback. There's been a reactive. The next raid is significantly easier, and it's because of that. And they've even like clarified it in interviews that that's why. So for the first time ever, they would have basically made the next raid even harder than like something like Amir Drasil. Although Amir Drasil wasn't actually hard. It was just Tindral and Fire were really hard. Like the rest of it was not hard, but just the last bosses matter the most. But for there to be 3 super hard raids in a row, that's actually never happened before ever. That would open up a lot of real conversations about the future of raiding, I'm pretty sure, if that happens. You kind of saw it a little bit after last year, but it would be like a very intentional thing if they did that, which I don't know if it would be a good thing. 241 to 250, let's just call it 245, and I'll give you guys credit if it's in the 240s. I think that's fair. I don't feel like doing another poll. All right, Big Galley. So Gallywix, can't really tell you too much about it, but basically Heroic is like P1, P2, and P3. On Mythic, you basically start in P3. The boss is mobile, and I would bet that there's a secret phase. That doesn't really matter. There's been bosses with secret phases that didn't take a lot of time to die, and bosses with secret phases that took a long time to die. But also, they had nothing to do with the secret phase as to why they took long. Actually, has a secret phase ever been the hardest part of a boss? I don't think ever. Or like meaningfully extended progression. I don't think so. Anyways, Gallywix pull counter. Let's get the numbers here. End bosses are frequently over 200 pulls, I think historically, right? Like, what are end bosses that have less than 200 pulls? We can actually check. So, Denathrius, less than 200. Although, that's mostly because you pulled it in the second reset. If you pull Sire Denathrius in the first reset, way more. So, Castle Nathria. What about Sanctum? Sylvanas over 200. I think Echo might have done it in less than 200. I don't remember, though. So, maybe Sylvanas, too. Amir Drasil, obviously, way more. 400 plus. Aberys. Aberys is 110. Vault 367. I think Echo also did it in less. Let's see. Nyalotha 300. Eternal Palace. The Eternal Palace is a bad example. Eternal Palace was... Dude, it's crazy to look at this. Isn't it crazy to visualize 3 full days of an overtuned, unprogressible phase in a fight pull log? Look at that. Look at that line. Boss unprogressively overtuned for multiple days. That is the only reason that it looks like that. Yeah, insane. What a blunder. Crucible Storms, Battle to Zarlor, Jaina, many pulls. Yeah, okay, so over 300, pretty common. And if they're near 200, it's like closer to 200 than 100. Okay. Wait, am I watching my own? Oh, I guess it's because I'm on Liquid's page. It's showing me. That makes sense. W. Okay. What one, by the way? Did I do a poll? I didn't see. What one on the poll? 300 plus? Oh, wait, did I not do a poll? I didn't poll yet. Oh. That's L. L for me. Gallywix. Pretty much the... Oh. 1 second. All right, let's go. I got my fucking food, baby. Okay, Gallywix, let's just do 100 to 200 as one area. It's more than the other guesses, but I kind of want to separate them by the hundreds. Sub 100 is not an option. I don't think a end boss has ever been killed in sub 100 pulls. The only one I think is maybe Xavius, and that was in like they don't make intro raids anymore. So, okay, 201 to like 300, 301 to 400, 401 to 500, and then 500 plus. 500 plus end bosses do exist. They have happened. Okay, middle wins by a lot, by a surprising amount. 300 to 400 is like, I mean, I guess it's the middle of the poll. I'm surprised 100 to 200 doesn't have more votes. Like half of the bosses we looked at just now were like 100 to 200, or they were like giga polls. It's like 300 plus or 100 to 200. Could just be a bell curve type beat. These are all way too high. I mean, how are you confident that they're all way too high? How could anyone, like anyone, me or anyone else, confidently telling you if they think Gallywix is going to be easy or hard is just making it the fuck up? Like, I mean, it's how could you know? That you haven't even seen any version of the fight, and Mythic, even once you see Heroic, it's going to be totally fucking different. Like, you're just making it the fuck up. Like, This is all just a total guess, really. They're just basically picking a generic end boss pull count. So 300 to 401, so we'll do one more pull. Because I picked an exact number, so... here we go. So let's just do 300, 320, 340, 360, and 380 plus. And then I'll just give you a range. The other ones are like, you can at least make a educated guess. Like, Gallywix is a true guess, honestly. Looks like 320 is winning by a decent amount. So I'm just going to put it like 320. And I'll give you... If on progression, if it's anywhere from 310 to 330, I'll give you credit for it. So within 10 of each of these numbers. That's too wide. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, this is all just a fun thing anyway. Okay. Would you guys like to see mine? So for chat, we have one-shotting the first two, but not three. You guys picked like 2 or 3 or something, but I think it really is like one shot or not one shot. I think that's fair. Styx Bunk Junker is 10. Sprocket Monger 43. One Arm Bandit 145. Mugsy 245 and Gallywix 320. One thing that you guys interestingly did that I actually did as well is you guys are very optimistic because you are listing a good difficulty curve, right? Like, do you see how this looks compared to... Like, you can visualize the difficulty curve in the pull count differences a little bit, you know? Like, last raid was 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 100. And this one is 1, 1, kind of not 1, 10, 43, 145, 245, 320. This is... In a raid, ideally, this is actually kind of what it looks like, right? Wait, your cam... Wait, why is my cam in the top left? Oh, yeah, the Tettles video. Sorry. So, okay. Okay. Here's mine. Screenshotting it from Dratnos's DMs right now, and I'm screenshotting the whole thing so you can see it's unedited. Here are my pull counters. I chose 111 for the first 3. So we're pretty close so far. Styx Bunk Junker, you had 10 and I had 15. My reasoning for that is I just think it's one of those fights where most likely for it to die, even in a Raced World First scenario, potentially, that you might need everyone to just get the thing enough to be consistent enough to kill it. But it is one where you could just get lucky and kill it earlier. So this is kind of like a far end of things, but I think it's possible. Funny, when is the last time a 4th boss took 15 pulls, though? Oh, Prototype Pantheon and Sepulcher. That was the 5th boss? I don't remember, but it's not common, actually. That's a lot for the 4th boss, I think, for the race. 5th boss, Sprocket Monger Lockenstock. We were within 2 of each other, chat. W shit. Look at that. We're both on the same page there. Now I will say 45 is a really weird number of pulls. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like bosses in this area, they die in like 1 to 30 or they die in like 60 plus. Like, it's really rare actually that it's splitting the difference between those two things. Like, it's just way more common to have a boss be hard enough to be 60 plus or easy enough to be 30 and below, but in between is a rare pull count, even though I chose that. One-Armed Bandit, I chose 105, you guys chose 145. Both respectable guesses. This is one of those where truly I don't think you could really tell, because One-Armed Bandit is not hard to figure out. It is it's just kind of what the tuning is. And just how could you possibly know? Sometimes bosses in this spot are guardian of the first ones, and they're killed instantly, even though they were one tier after Sludge Fist. And sometimes bosses in this spot are Nexus Princess Kaiveza, where you need to fucking one tank it to have the damage to kill it, right? You just don't know until you get there. Just RNG, roll the dice, right? You guys overshot on One-Armed and Muggsy by almost the same amount. You guys guessed 40 to 45 more pulls on each of this than I did. But again, we're all making it up, right? But it's just something where you can come back and realistically, you'll laugh at me if I get it wrong, and will disregard if you get it wrong and only praise when you get it right. As you should. And then I actually guessed higher than you on Gallywix, which I actually think was a bad decision. I would retract this if I could, but I don't think you guys will let me do that. And the reason why is Fyrak being hella hard, many pulls. Ansarek being very hard, very many pulls. I want to say I don't think there's been like a Giga Hard end boss 3 tiers in a row in the history of World of Warcraft. Like a 300 plus pull banger. I don't think it's ever happened. And I'm basically saying it is going to happen. Which is historically inaccurate. But also, things can change, right? So, I think I would change that, but also, who knows? Also, you could say that Gallywix is going to be less than 200 because, like, okay, Gallywix bosses that are super unique are often difficult because, like, there's new things to learn on the fight. Like, the whole Gallywix being totally different on Mythic than in Heroic, that doesn't usually happen, right? Like, Castle Denathrius is a Mythic version of the Heroic fight. Razageth is a Mythic version of the Heroic fight. Like, pretty much, except for, like, Gul'dan, kinda. Like, every end boss is, like, a Mythic version of the Heroic fight. Gallywix is, like, totally fucking different. So, because of that, you could maybe make the argument that a lot of the difficulty will simply be figuring out what the new boss is throwing at you, right? Like, you could argue that doing a bunch of pulls of the Heroic end boss makes you better at Mythic because you're just doing the same thing. I think this fight probably won't work like that. So you could say it could be a little bit harder. But also maybe it means that the fight won't be mechanically as difficult because most of it is figuring it out. But with the information sharing economy of the race, where you usually, this didn't happen last raid, but you go to bed behind and then wake up, or sorry, you go to bed ahead and wake up behind and you just learn all this information. On a Mythic phase, on like a boss that's more about information, that could speed up the pull count a lot by just increasing the amount that each guild is learning when they wake up. Right? Maybe. Or maybe that doesn't matter and it's still just crazy fucking hard. You know, I'm just kind of throwing shit out there, but... 3 hard bosses in a row did happen in BFA, though. Are you including Unat? Because Unat's kind of like a total anomaly. Like, Unat is like, they created a 2-boss raid that is intentionally difficult because only guilds that had already cleared BOD on Mythic 2 months in could have even pulled it for any reason. Oh, not Unat. Just Jaina, Asharad, and N'Zoth. I don't think N'Zoth is near the difficulty of the other two, and even then, I guess you could argue Ashara. But, like, the reason Ashara took that long was because the fight was bullshit and overtuned. Like, if P3 was released as its killable form, that boss is killed in, like, 200, 250 pulls. You know? Like, you spent 60 to 70% of progression on that boss was doing something that couldn't be done. And just doing it anyway, because what else are you doing? You know? But that's kind of making a weird argument. I guess you could make that argument. Also, Unat existed in between, but Unat would almost make that argument even harder because it's like there was just an extra crazy hard boss in there. Statistically, Ashara is the hardest end boss in modern WoW. It's also a great example on pull count not equaling difficulty, right? Like, the version of the boss you killed was not the boss you pulled 500 times. Same thing with Unat, actually. You just spend a lot of time chaining wipes on something that can't be done. So statistically, that's true, but also pull counts are a very inaccurate statistic in general. was Carapace not hard? I don't remember, actually. I remember Carapace being really easy and a huge letdown, but let's see if the pull counts actually show that on the Warcraft vlogs thing, right? What rate is that? Nihilitha. Yeah, I mean, 66 pulls for a second to last boss, that's piss, right? Like, that's... This, I mean, I think fair to say. Like, from my memory, it wasn't that hard, and then the pull counts kind of confirm that, even though pulls don't necessarily equal difficulty in a boss that was never buffed or nerfed or anything. And you don't randomly wipe. Like, what are the biggest reasons why pull counts wouldn't matter, right? It's like a boss is you're spending a lot of pulls on something that was nerfed and then removed. That's probably number one. Number two is a fight where you machine gun wipe at the beginning, like Tindril, right? Or just a fight in general where you just rack up. You can rack up 60 pulls in an hour, kind of thing. Also, a little bit about how guilds pull differently. Like, usually people talk about how we pull much faster than Echo does, and they spend more time to reduce the amount of pulls. There's valid reasons to do both, and there's bosses where both are good. But like Exorcist is the best example of this, bro. The Ruskies just straight up pulled the boss nonstop. Crazy. They didn't say a fucking word, bro. Boss respawn, pull timer, go. Right? Those scenarios, you're gonna rack up extra pull counts, and you're basically saying, by getting just simply more pulls on the boss, that's going to beat like the thinking about it. And there are bosses where it kind of is just like you just need reps, but you know, thinking usually pretty important. But you get more tired that way. Yeah, I think the logic is you have to ask yourself how long can you as a person play a game not at 95% but at 100? How long in a day can you be locked in and playing literally as good as you can play? The answer probably varies per person, and how many people have actually tested this and who really knows the true answer. You're kind of making it up, but most people would guess like maybe 4 to 5 hours. Like, you know, it's just and then you have to average across a group of people, because it doesn't actually matter if one player can do it for 10 hours. If the majority of your raid only has 5 hours of being locked the fuck in, you know, that's just how many hours in a day you could potentially kill a boss that's that hard, right? But you can still make progression playing at 95. You can also play at 95% for maybe 10 hours. And then that's, you know, you could, all the non-end bosses usually don't require 100%, or all the non-super fucking crazy hard bosses. Some of them are non-end bosses, right? Halandris, Kaiveza, stuff like that. So I don't know. It kind of depends, but like the logic behind taking time in between pulls is like when you are pulling a boss, you are mentally, like cognitively at your limit, what you're able to do. And when you're outside of a boss, there's probably some people like, bro, when we're outside of a pull, that's when my brain is going the hardest, right? That's when people who are more strat minded and more problem solving are maybe the most locked in. But like when you're a player, it's like when you're pulling. So like by reducing the amount of total pulls you make in 6 hours or 10 hours, you may not actually be reducing the amount of good pulls you have. Does that make sense? You might rack up more pulls in 10 hours by pulling more, but you might not increase the amount of quality pulls or how far you progress. But also depends on the boss, right? Like after you have Nexus Princess Kaiveza figured out, do you really need to talk about what you're doing on Nexus Princess Kaiveza? Maybe you're moving some cooldowns around. Maybe you're fixing up some movement from some people, some positioning. But like really, it's just like they just need to do the boss more. That's a press W/pull 10 kind of fight. But like other fights like Silken Court, totally not that. It's like we need to like iron out exactly how we're moving and everyone needs to be on the same page. So like those are bosses you would maybe talk more. Ansarek, the truly hardest bosses are both. They're really hard to figure out and genuinely just a crazy execution check. Sorry, I'm kind of just waffling right now. But anyways, my food's here, so this is going to be the perfect time to react to an interview. All right, first off, digging Ian's shirt and the hair part. Goes hard as fuck. Let me make sure I have a fork. Sorry, this is like aggressively too loud, but I've already not muted my mic at this point, so I'm just gonna keep on ripping it. Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Fuck yeah, bro. Nope, no utensils. Okay. I'm gonna go get a utensil. Oh, and we're barking. Use your hands like a real Italian. Ain't no way, bro. Maxed up with the Hoochie Daddy shorts today. I don't know. They're just like regular shorts, you know? Oh, they do look shorter. For some reason, I don't even know what you would call this. Like, the very end of it was, like, tilted up, so it looks like an inch shorter than it normally does. But fuck it. Fuck it. Let me open this shit. Actually, we can just start this. Okay, I don't really know what this interview's about. But it says Dinars in the title.
Oh, we're gonna get that next patch then, right? Like, this is confirmed, yeah. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Nagura, and I'm here with Senior Game Director.
Wait, where
Ian
was this, by the way?
Hatzikostas, And Associate
Was this the one in
Design
Canada?
Director Maria Hamilton. Thank you so much for taking the time of answering some
London?
questions. And apparently we don't have that much time, so if you don't mind, I'm gonna straight
wait.
into it, okay? Okay.
Wait, that music's from... Well, I have some music playing, but they have music playing in the video, too. I'm probably going to turn this up.
So, my first question is going to be about the new feature Drive. Since we're here in Goodwood at a racetrack, I think it makes sense. So, first I wanted to ask, what is it that inspired you to add the feature Drive to the game? And a little bit about like the development process behind it?
I think when we were thinking about Undermine, we knew from the start that we wanted it to feel like a city. We wanted it to feel goblin-y. We wanted it to feel chaotic. And so the idea of driving around a place like that with all sorts of environmental disasters just waiting to happen and explosions and bombs and all those things, we thought, okay, this clearly calls for a different kind of movement. When we built the zone, in fact, we thought about the fact that we wanted this sort of cheesy goblin skybox area with the clouds and all of that. And so flying and
Struggling to hear anything over the volume of that comb over. I mean, yeah, the music's kind of loud, but I can't affect that, or I can't change that.
A lot of sense, and we just wanted the feel, right? The feel. And so as we sat down to talk about it, we started talking about, well, how would a goblin drive, right? And we knew that would
They'd
just be
fucking
like
drift.
crashing into things all the
Like
time,
me.
and, crazy boosts and insane drifting. And so that was sort of the inspiration, was just thinking about what a mean streets kind of feel would be. And then in terms of development, we relied on our engineers, right? Our engineers did a fantastic job adjusting how movement works in our game, making sure that we were able to do those drifting moves and those boosts, jumps, crazy jumps, and all sorts of things like that. And then over the course of PTR, make improvements as we got feedback from people that hadn't been playing it for the last 4 months, right? Like we were, who were then having difficulties. So I don't know if you have more you want to add.
No, I think, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I got to test the feature a little bit on PTR, and it's amazing, so I'm really looking forward to it. So another question about the drive feature. I
Also
wanted
true.
to ask if you're thinking, or if there's a possibility to move the drive feature forward into future patches or even future expansions and turn it into like an evergreen system, if that's like something that you're thinking about.
So I think the specific implementation here really is tailored for Undermine and getting around a place that was built with streets, built with this in mind as part of just the cultural storytelling. Obviously, everything we do, the engineering work that was done to support navigation and locomotion and all these dynamic controls is something that could inform future efforts and ways of getting around and transport down the line. But I think this specific version with a goblin car that you are customizing the characteristics of really is tied to Undermine and is going to remain there.
All right, thank you very much. One more thing I guess I wanted to ask about features like this. I mean, this is not a feature that you're not moving
What
forward
is that mic?
or that you specifically made for Undermine.
Is it like a tripod that they put a mic on top
But
of it?
if you're adding features like this on patches and also on different kinds of expansions, is the fact that you potentially want to carry it forward something that you think about when you're developing these systems, or are you mainly focusing on like the patch itself? So this we want to make for the
It's a hair straightener? Wait, that goes hard if that's true.
We do this a lot where we will make changes and adjustments and try something. And then we will learn a lot and we'll get feedback. And then we'll try something else. And then we'll get more feedback. And another example of this is us doing our first descent into Zerlek Cavern and trying to learn, okay, well, how would we seamlessly make that transition? So we have some engineering work done and we try it out. We get feedback, we learn.
Oh, yeah,
okay,
good point. Now
we're
they do
gonna
this all the
use
time.
that for the War Within, for the core way. How are we going to use that? Okay, how are we going to transition between these zones with no loads? So it's always building. We always build upon what we've done previously. So even when we're thinking about something specific for this specific content release, we're still in the back of our head thinking, we want this capability, right? This is going to be a thing that we will use in the future, and we're doing a big epic trilogy, so we have thoughts about things that'll happen much later. So having this engineering work is great.
She's great.
Very cool, thank you. Now I do have some questions about the Raid Renown track in particular. So I think a lot of people are really excited for this because a lot of people wanted to get something more out of raiding and more rewards. So I think the Renown track was a very cool idea and a very cool addition to 11.1. I did want to ask what your main goal is out of the Renown track and just your visions. Maybe is it also something that you potentially would want to carry forward? Are you just testing it out for 11.1? Some thoughts about it.
I think it's a bit of both. I mean, I think it's certainly themed around the Galagio and the theming of a rewards program. But we wanted to build upon the Nerebar Finery progression system from Nerebar Palace, formalize it a bit more, have a bit more clarity about rewards and elements of convenience that can be unlocked along the way. I think over the course of a multi-week progression through a raid zone, especially as players' gear starts to slow down and plateau because you've gotten a lot of the items out of the raid that you want. There's value in feeling like you have some cool bonuses, unlocks, power to look forward to through that track. One change we did make late in PTR was we pulled the dinar-style token system off the Renown track so that we can bring it back more flexibly down the line. Because I think we don't want to tie that to a specific number of weeks that players have to have progressed through. So we're still figuring out, what sorts of bonuses and what sorts of rewards make sense on this type of track. I think the idea of a meta raid progression is something we do want to keep building on. Now, whether it's going to be this exact style of Renown in future raids, time will tell. We want to see, as Maria mentioned, what player feedback and reception of it is. We're going to learn from it. We're going to iterate as we move forward.
All right, thank you. Well, speaking of the dinars, you can't quite tell me when it is or how it's going to work since you pulled it from the Renown track. Is there information that you could maybe share with us on how it's going to work?
I think we'll have a lot more details. There'll be it's going to be in the 11.15 update. Ultimately, the feedback we heard pretty clearly from players was that having it tied to particularly that late point in the Renown track felt frustrating. There were also concerns about how it would work, even though there is catch-up in place for the Renown track as a whole. Players coming back later in the season who then felt very far behind having.
So when was 11.5? Or sorry, when was 11.0.5? How many months after the initial release was it? Was it 2? Is it 2 months? 0.0.7? I mean, we can just get the actual... Does anyone know the release date? The release date of, the season, and then the release date of the, It's every 8 weeks. Okay, we have someone who's getting it. Okay. Oh, we literally just have a thing. Okay. Okay, so 11.0 was... Okay, so it's 10 weeks. I think. Oh, no, that's not the season. Yeah, okay, so it's... I'm actually a little confused. I'm looking at something on my other monitor. Raid was September 10th. And 11.0.5 was October 22nd. So... Wait, was the raid actually September 10th? So like 6 weeks? I mean, that doesn't sound too late to me. Like before, they were basically, I think it was going to be like 3 months into the season or something was when it was on the Raid Renown track. That felt, I think everyone agreed, felt too late. Honestly, that sounds like a pretty decent timeline.
To unlock this didn't feel like the right fit for Renown. So I think we want to just have it be something that when it unlocks for everybody, and we have more control over it as a universal system rather than every player having to progress towards it.
Yeah.
We'll have more details with the next update, though.
What are dinars for? So dinars are a way to obtain gear. Like basically what dinar would allow you to do is you don't have to kill Mythic Silken Court to get a Spy Masters, is the idea. Like if there's a really sick raid weapon or trinket that you want and you're not able to kill it on Mythic, like a certain amount into the patch, you'll be able to like target a specific item you want. That wasn't technically, dinars gave you a normal version of the item, but like I imagine this will also come with everything that dinars and bullions came with, which is a way to make them mythic as well. But yeah, it's basically like bad luck protection. Like, hey, you haven't gotten this thing yet, you can have it. However, that was only ever giving you raid items because Fated Seasons rotated between 3 raids, so they wanted you to not have to wait till that week to get that item. Plus, you're just only doing that raid 30% of the time you normally would, so it's just way less likely you'd get it. So it only included raid items. However, I think something Blizzard needs to do is a dinar should be able to be used on any raid or Mythic Plus item. For sure. I don't understand why you wouldn't have it be Mythic Plus. Because, like, at least with raid items, there's a deterministic way to do it. You do this difficulty, and this thing can drop, and you can get it. But, like, in Mythic Plus, there's literally no way to get a mythic version of a Mythic Plus trinket or weapon or unique item, like the Mechagon Bracers or something, unless you win a, like, 3 out of 100 roll in your vault, which could easily not happen in an entire season, right? So that is that needs to exist. There should be a deterministic way to get something that you cannot deterministically get in any way, which you can other ways. I guess technically it's not deterministic to get it in raid, because like it could just like never drop, but also like that's just statistically very unlikely to ever happen.
Very much. I did quickly also want to talk a little bit about Mythic Plus. So Mythic Plus did get some huge updates for the new expansion, and then there's also some updates coming in 11.1. I just generally wanted to ask how you think that the Mythic Plus changes.
You're right. It is actually it is a 50% chance to drop. It either drops or it doesn't.
Turned out, and
So
what
true.
you still want to address in maybe this patch and in future patches.
I mean, I think that the changes coming in Season 2 do address all of our most pressing concerns as identified by player feedback. We're of course going to be looking very closely at how this plays out in the weeks ahead, and how people are feeling about it. We'll make further changes as needed. We did change a lot of things in terms of the overall affect structure, the difficulty progression, the rewards tiering coming into War Within. I think as we laid out in our blog post announcing these changes, we definitely ran into some issues with the system feeling approachable, feeling rewarding for each new step that players were taking. We feel like the changes that are coming in Season 2 should offer something for every type of Mythic Plus player. For people who are just trying to get into the system, I think there's a more rewarding, more approachable point of entry than there was before. For players at the high end who are pushing keys, we think that the ability to kind of set a new floor for yourself as you progress through each of the levels
Yeah,
will
that's
be a
definitely
big
good.
quality of life
The
improvement
Mythic
that
Plus
lets
changes
people
are W.
focus on
They're good.
pushing forward instead of having to constantly retread the same steps.
Like, the Mythic Plus community is happy about the Mythic Plus changes this patch. That's how you know they're great changes, because that community is mad at fucking everything. Even good things, they're just fucking mad.
All right.
So it's
I
super
also
good.
wanted to ask if since we now got the Raid Renown track, I also wanted to ask if there's a possibility to get something similar for Mythic Plus maybe as well in the future.
That's not something we've discussed.
Wait.
But
As well in the future. I also wanted to ask if since we now got the Raid Renown track, I also wanted to ask if there's a possibility to get something similar for Mythic Plus maybe
Oh,
as
a Mythic
well in
Plus
the future.
Renown track. Highly doubt it. If anything, they would just do something PvE centric.
That's not something we've discussed, but everything, of course, is possible. I think I'd be most interested in understanding what you would hope to see on a Mythic Plus Renown track if that exists.
I mean, it's very simple, right? They would just want rewards for doing Mythic Plus, which is exactly what the Raid Renown track did. Although, the Raid Renown track isn't really that. It's like kind of automatically filled, like you barely have to do anything, and it's just something intended to give you something every week. Also, another reason the Raid Renown track exists, I don't even know if it's because they think you need to have a Raid Renown track. It's like, because the theme of the Galagio like reward card thing, that just goes so hard that they ended up coming up with that. Like, I don't even know if that's going to continue into a new patch, maybe, I mean, obviously, hopefully it does if it owns, but
So we can think through, what the right vehicles are to add those conveniences, upgrades, improvements, whatever they might be. It might be a Renown track. It might just be something that could be a baseline part of the system. But really the question is, what would it offer? And then we'd be happy to discuss.
I have some ideas. We don't have enough time, but I'll talk to you later.
Oh.
What's
happening?
I was thinking that
Oh, this is a cut from some other, like, maybe live stream during the thing?
because one of the problems that I have with Mythic Plus personally is that to farm like items, it's always better to do lower key levels, but I personally like doing the highest key levels, right?
That makes
And
sense.
whenever I log on and I don't play that much, I feel like I'm always behind, and at some point people don't invite me anymore, so the best course of action for me would be lower keys. So I was thinking, like, if there was some sort of renown track that maybe goes across seasons, that I would have an easier time getting my currency if I already have done higher stuff before. Like, if I have a higher, right? So then I can maybe do the high keys that I want to do and get my currency and my upgrades a little bit quicker that way, instead of always feeling forced to like the lower key levels.
That makes sense. In general, we always want the right answer to be playing at the difficulty level that's appropriate for you. That's going to be challenging and interesting. If you ever feel like you need to just run low keys just for efficiency, it's not ideal.
Yeah.
I'll take that back to the team. We'll discuss.
Perfect. So it's confirmed again. I'm getting so many changes.
Confirm that I will discuss it.
W.
All right, then I do have some more questions. Ian, which cartel would you join?
Doesn't matter. Is there any other question that's good? Let's see. Which cartel you join? I roll. Random BS question about Undermine Legendary that has no relevance to anything. Holy shit. This viewer is so mad. But also probably right. Okay, W. That's that one. And then we have another interview, I think. Did I finish all my food? Ooh, not quite. That's not good. Bruh, I want to know what cartel he joined. Why? That would change nothing. You know? The pressure on roadmaps. Okay, let's just read the summary. I almost never do this, but I can't read the actual full interview because you can't turn on dark mode for some reason. That extension's just gone, but... the pressure on roadmaps has been putting out major motivational factors for developers. Cool. The team has been able to stick together to stick to the content plans and tight schedules since they've started releasing. Cool. Story arcs, which I don't care about in general. There's some stuff that they're going to resolve later. Now with the saga being an overarching story, this team can spend more time fleshing out the story and having patches like Undermine And this is allowing the team to plant more seeds. Literally nothing. Okay. But I bet someone in the comments will be mad. Wowhead comments. Wait, what? The pressure from roadmaps has been a major motivational factor. The team has been able to... Yeah, I hecking love crunch. It always results in good quality work, especially when the underpaid as fuck compared to competing studios while being a fucking giant of a company. That said, best regards to the dev in the new patch. Seems interesting at the very least. For Ian, Bozo, we need real PvE mode. Delves ain't it. Bub, only mildly entertaining for Giga Casuals. I love this, man. Dude, I also loved reading the one where it was like, Dratnos and Max interviews Scarzard, and we asked him a bunch of reward questions, and it was really interesting. And then, like, you look at the comments, and none of them listened to the interview. They just read my name, and they're like, Blizzard only makes the game for the race, and until they stop doing that, I'm not coming back. It's like, we didn't even... That had nothing to do with what we're talking about. But someone just sees something, and they just get instantly mad. I fucking love that shit. That even happened today on my like, bait Twitter post, where I was like, they need to remove add-ons from my fucking game. I did one of those today. And then it gets a few good replies. A couple of the replies were, as you'd expect, juicy. They're like, yeah, I bet you think that because you fucking only care about the way you play the game, you fucking idiot. Oh, and we're barking. And it was about OP. Yeah, you'd think it was obvious, but it was not, yeah. Oh, hey, Edna, please stop. Hey, girl. Hi. We don't need to bark. Right? There's nothing to bark about. Max control people, but if one guy comes in here with and posts a bird, that's a no-no. How are those two things related? Max control people, but one guy can come in and post an actual cock, and that's a no-no. Yeah, of course. Of course not. Those are not related, right? Okay, and we're posting bird cocks. Oh, it got auto modded, dude. Look. The actual bird cock finally is in the auto mod. Wow. Wow. No tips, boys, only. Oh, dude, dude, I don't know, this is stupid, but seeing the birds is making me hyped for the Race to World Last. I wonder if Queen Ansarek is going to be fun to watch for Race to World Last. Like, Fyrak really was. Because there's, like, defined points of difficulty. But they were, like, later in the fight, you know? But, I mean, I bet they will be, right? Like, basically, you're just tuning into a guild when they get into P3. That's hype. Boss could probably die anytime you get into P3. You have to do, like, 2 mechanics and then it's dead, right? Bring back the German bread guy. Only if he's there, dude. Only if he's there. It's like the NFL red zone for WoW. Oh, that is actually a really good comparison. Probably very few people in the chat will understand the comparison, but anyone who does, I'm a red zone enjoyer. That's like the best way to watch football. All right, is there anything else to do today? Or have we yapped it up? Have we yapped it up? Is there any other Warcraft YouTube content? Let's see. Usually Warcraft is on here. Gaming, maybe? No, not gaming. Wait, there was another clip from me on there. What's the clip from me? These bosses are killing raiding guilds. Bro, my clips channel's doing pretty good. www. Max, did you guys announce Liquid's lineup and location for the raid? I mean, the location's just where it's always been, you know? But yeah, I think we announced the race. That was like the Severance bit. Casters were also announced. Any new players? We do have some new players. New players are Cinny from Vodka, Shay from Method, Wolf Disco from Echo. Is there any more? I think there is. Oh, Magnus Carlson. No, he did join Team Liquid though. But that would be sick if he also joined our WoW guild. Mavie is no longer healing and is moved to like an analyst role in charge of multiple things, which I think he'll be really good at. Smacked has transitioned from DPS to healer. He's now a healer for us. We've added another analyst in Yuri, who's like a strat guy. I think that's all. I can kind of feel bad if I missed anyone, but... Who are your rogues? We have a few people that'll cover rogue if needed. Heard Hans Niemann or whatever was trying to join Echo because Magnus joined Liquid. I think you guys are thinking the Race World First is bigger than what it is. Team Liquid's main rival is not Echo in like all of esports, right? It's like only in WoW. Who would be Team Liquid's biggest rival? I mean, like historically it was like TSM, I guess, and LCS. Maybe Cloud9. Yeah, it's probably Cloud9. What happened to TSM? Are they still a thing? Imploded crypto money? Yeah, I mean, but they got crazy crypto money. How'd you fuck that up? Unless they just probably... I mean, I'm assuming... Wait, it was FTX, right? They probably just didn't get paid. Reggie? Yeah, I definitely... Reggie, like, comes off a certain way, but, like, if you ever ask anyone that was, like, in a LCS owner meeting with that guy and you just hear stories, it's just, like, even worse than you thought. Max, do you have any thoughts on why Rogue has not gotten much dev attention compared to other classes? I have no idea. I don't know. I remember a graph did come out recently that showed the total amount of dev posts that all the classes have received like in the last couple years, and there are some that are like almost nothing and others that just have 1 million. And I expected to read that article or look at that graph and be like, okay, something makes sense now. Of course this class is good and this class is bad. It's because Blizzard cares more. But I actually didn't learn anything because classes that had 1 million posts about them are not in a good state gameplay-wise or power level. And some of the classes that have had almost 0 posts are like just fine and have been for a really long time. So I don't know if there was anything to glean for that other than I think if you're a player of any specific spec, you just hope that Blizzard is constantly changing and giving you attention, whether it's good or bad. You just don't want to feel forgotten or left out. Which is maybe what you could have taken away from that, I guess. Max, do you follow Team Liquid's Smash Bros. Melee player Hungrybox at all? Just won his first major tournament in a few years. I mean, I know him, yeah. He's one of the other few co-owners of TL with me. I've like met him and talked to him at a few like Team Liquid things, but we're not like tight or anything. We like are aware of each other's existence and have been in the same place before, but like we're not like, we don't like hang out. Do you guys have beef or something? No. Did what I say made it sound like we had beef? I was just telling you like what our relationship is like. It's not like, it's not a bad relationship. It's not, but like I don't, I don't, right? So you guys hate each other. Yeah. We are colleagues, I guess, but also not really. Team Liquid co-owners, an internal feud. Do you think Method has a real shot to win this tier? Oh my fucking god. Alright, it's time for the end of the stream. What? Okay, like, before you ask that, did you think about what you wanted me to say? Like, what do you want me to tell you? Is it like a Method fan wanting confirmation of what they think, which is like they think they're gonna win? Or like, I guess an anti-Method fan wanting... I mean, I guess they're just, like, trying to get me to start drama or something. And that's the only thing that makes sense. Because, like, if you've ever thought about that question for more than a second, how could I possibly know the answer to that question? I have no fucking clue if they're, like, confident, not confident, how well their testing went, how good their players are this tier compared to last year. I don't think about them ever. I don't know anything about that guild. I have no way to know if they're gonna do good or bad. Like, you'll just like find out next week, man. Hopefully they do good, but also not better than us, because that would be sad. You know? Oh wait, no, I hope they don't do good. I forgot they said that shit about Fired Up. Hope they burn. There you go. Now you got your drama. Woo! But I mean, that's well known. None of that's changed. There's one guaranteed way to annoy Max, and that question is it. Yeah, because it's just a stupid question. Like, there's no possible way you could get an insightful answer out of that. It's just, you know. It's like, Max, when is the next, like, major volcanic eruption going to happen in the world? Like a super volcano eruption? I don't know, right? Like, maybe sometime soon or something? Like, I don't know, right? How could I know? I could make something up. Worst analogy I've ever heard, by the way. I mean, the analogy is asking me a question I can't know the answer to. So in that way, it makes sense, but I guess I could have picked something closely related. But the fact that it's farther away related kind of proves the point even more. It's just simply a question I couldn't know. Max, do you have performance-enhancing drugs, sleep meds ready to go? Oh, wait, I don't, actually. I should get those. Like, basically, through my entire Race to World First journey, I have, like, really struggled with my sleep, because, like, I'm in problem-solving mode all day, and that includes all the way to the end. Like, all the way to the end of the race, to the end of the day, always. And then it's like, going to bed, I can't turn my brain off during the race. It's impossible. So I've just learned to take, like, sleeping meds, you know? Like, either some melatonin, it's really common, or, like, some form of whatever you'd find in, like, Tylenol PM or NyQuil. There's, like, 2 main drugs, antihistamines, that people take. But, like, for the race, I don't even fuck with it, because losing sleep by not taking enough is not worth it, and I've learned to, like, wake up and be fine with it. But, bro, I take, like, fucking everything that can possibly put you to sleep outside of someone just, like, hitting you with a sledgehammer just to knock me the fuck out. And I'm not sure how other people in my guild deal with that, especially because they're sleeping in a room with, like, another raider. You know, they have, like, it's like a hotel room with 2 beds, basically, for most of them. So, like, maybe they struggle sleeping or something. So, last raid, I just bought an absolute shitload of ZQuil and ZQuil Ultra, which are the 2 main, like, antihistamine things, and some melatonin pills. And if anyone needed any combination or all of those things, I just bought it for them. I spent, like, $500 on Amazon buying sleep shit. Use a decent amount of it, too. Because you notice throughout the raid, like, the first time I said I had sleep stuff if anyone needed it, like, pretty much 1 person came in, and then after a couple days it was 2 people, and then 3, 4, 5, and then by the end of the raid, bro, the entire guild was coming up to my little room like a fucking pharmacy. I was like a drug dealer, just fucking slinging sleep meds. Which means it was really helpful. The biggest mistake you could ever make being involved in the Race to World First is falling behind on sleep early in the race. Like, it is, you just simply can't do it. It's so fucking important, because you're never making that up, you know? The amount of sleep you would probably need to recover from what we're doing is, like, I mean, I could just make up a number, but it's a lot. We try to get 7 to 8 hours a night, like, as far as in between our raid times, but, like, realistically, it's probably a little less than that. But, like, at the end of the race, most players need to sleep 12 to 14 hours a night for, like involuntary, like, you just will sleep that long for multiple days. And what that's telling you is, like, your body is just completely, totally exhausted, so you're not getting as much sleep, even getting 7 to 8 hours. So you just need... So per day, you'd probably need a little more than that, but realistically, it doesn't really make sense, because you don't know exactly how long a race is going to be. By the way, how is it legal that ZQuil can say non-habit forming? Because, like, just the fact that it makes you go to sleep easier, and by removing it would make it harder to go to sleep, is building a habit. That's, like, objectively building a habit. Right? It means non-addictive. Yeah, but it doesn't say non-addictive. It says non-habit forming, which is false. Because non-habit forming isn't a protected term, and it is addictive. Oh, well, then it's probably... I'm just saying, they're just lying, you know? We should sue them and get our money, boys. We could all get in this together. Some class action shit. Do you guys have, like, special diet to keep people not having sugar crashes and such? I mean, we just have a chef make balanced meals that everyone eats every day, and you'd hope that that's the case, and the snacks are, like, generally healthy. But also some of our players eat, like, total shit, you know? But, yeah, I don't know. I care about that a lot. I'm like super, I have become, especially in the last couple of years, super religious about what I eat. Like very, very. I mean, for 6 months of this past year, I ate an identical amount of calories, carbs, fats, and proteins every single day. There's also, unsurprisingly, when I made my biggest progress in getting stronger and losing a lot of weight and getting a lot better at what I was doing. But, yeah, I like super religious. That's the one thing that kind of drives me crazy with the world in general is diet culture and how the one proven super fucking obvious thing about like losing weight or gaining weight is just about caloric surplus or deficit. And it's like outside of exercise and everything, it's just that. But like, and it's so obvious, scientifically proven. And it's, people will still sell diets doing all this like random extra shit, you know? But I guess that just doesn't sell, you know? The word you're looking for is grift. Oh, I fucking love a good grift. W. Do you prefer a close race or be miles in front? I mean, you know the answer to that question, right? Like, if I'm competing in a race, why wouldn't you want to just absolutely demolish everyone? Right? Isn't that the goal? Like, why would you want the race to be close? I guess you could make some weird argument, like, over the course of time, you wouldn't actually want to win every race. You'd want it to go back and forth a few times. Because if you just win all the time, or if any team wins all the time, it starts becoming boring and stuff like that. And you can say that, and for a business case, that's probably true. But like in the moment, you're not actually going to ever do that, you know? Like you want to win by as much as possible. You're a competitor. You don't think about those things in the moment. They've kind of been pretty nice to naturally turn out that way. But like, you know, you just want to win and win by a lot. W. Why not? Sounds great. If you know you will win, you want to have it be close. But you never know you're going to win. The other guilds are good. You can't do that. Yeah, that's actually super not true from NA because like if you want to win by a lot so you don't have to deal with completely uninformed idiots, right? If you win by a lot, they don't say anything. And if you, like you said, if you know you're going to win, you'd want it to be close. No, it doesn't, because then you just hear from the most insufferable uninformed people for an entire like farm period. That's not fun. Actually, I don't even know if I give a fuck about that. That used to be so annoying to me, but I don't think I care anymore at all. I think just the realization of knowing that nothing will ever change that person's mind is enough to just stop caring about it. You know, if you know you can't change their mind, they will not change their mind no matter what. It's like, what is the point of even, like, who cares? You know, it's like you explain to them, it's like the difference in maintenance times, the fact that it hasn't been a 16-hour difference in many years. It's been only 12 regardless of any maintenance. Even if you were to make any kind of good faith argument about the amount of maintenance time or time you lose, you just remove all of that, but simply just the actual time difference being not what they say it is. And they're just like, so you start one day ahead though. It's like, yeah, man, you know, fuck yeah. I mean, it makes sense for viewers. Like, if you're a viewer, even if you're a fan of us, I could see you being more of a fan of... I mean, I think this is what every single race viewer wants in a way. They want to see both guilds pulling the boss at the same time with a chance to kill the boss and then they want their favorite team to win. But they want it to be close, so it's like, you know, just there's more stakes. It's more, you know, kind of like Amir Drasil. I think that's what most people. I mean, that totally makes sense from a viewer, right? If you're watching the Super Bowl, do you want to watch a team win 40-0, or do you want them to win by like a touchdown? Probably a touchdown, because they still win. Plus, the whole game was interesting, and it wasn't all like you already knew who was going to win. What is it? No, not if you're watching the Chiefs. I want to watch them get annihilated. That's only because of the Chiefs winning so many times, though, right? Like, if they wouldn't have done that, you wouldn't have felt that way. Pretty much the only reason people dislike the Chiefs is just because they win a lot. I don't give a fuck about the Chiefs, by the way. This isn't like pro-Chiefs propaganda. I don't care about them at all. But, I mean, that's just true. Same thing happened with the Patriots. Nah, fuck Andy Reid. Bro, how can it be fuck Andy Reid? Andy Reid is just the most likable person. How can you hate Andy Reid? The refs? Bro, come on. Give yourself more credit than the ref narrative. That's tough. I wanted to see the Chiefs lose, but I also have enough respect for myself to where I wouldn't think the refs were helping them. That's insane. Dude, actually watching that was so dystopian from the outside, like not being conspiracy brained, and you just see calls that were questionable and definitely hurt the Chiefs, and then like one call would be questionable and would benefit the Chiefs, and then it's like #1 trending, but everyone ignores the other thing. It's like, just say what you really want to say, which is like, you just don't like the Chiefs. Like, that's cool. Like, W, right? I'm there with you. But like, that other thing's unreasonable. It's kind of like, dude, do you remember when Logan Paul got like 5 or 10 Game Boy Colors or something, and then he filled the thing with resin and put it up on like his coffee table or his wall or something? And it was like some fucking cool looking room art. It was sick, you know? Like, pretty much everyone that would have had something like that would have done it because it just looked awesome. But everyone was shitting on him for one specific reason. This was like a couple years ago. They were like, dude, that's so wasteful. There's like only a certain... They stopped making those. There's only a certain amount of Game Boy Colors left. Bro, if you went to someone's house who was your friend and they had that piece of art that used 10 Game Boy Colors to do it, you would have been like, bro, this is dope. Like, this is cool. This is awesome. You thought about doing this yourself. Like, the issue wasn't the fact that he was being wasteful. It's just that you hate Logan Paul, right? Which kind of makes sense. He's kind of a douchebag. I get it, right? Like, but just call it like it is. You know, you just don't like that guy. That's why you're mad about this. Don't try to make it about anything else. You just fucking hate this guy. When do you guys start the race? Technically next Tuesday, but like probably next Friday. Mahomes will never have a redemption arc and be as well liked as Tom Brady. Ooh, people would have said the same thing about Tom Brady then too. I could definitely see Mahomes having a few years of like playing actually bad and the Chiefs like not even making the playoffs. And I bet if they start owning after that and like he has a resurgence in his career, how the narrative will change and people will start rooting for them. But also because that's just the most predictable, this has happened a million times shit ever. It's just not, it's not any more complicated than that, man. People are really simple. Max, are you always actively looking to find better weak aura creators as much as raiders? No. Just because, and it's actually kind of the same thing as raiders, where like, let's just say you find a really sick weak aura creator. Like, sure, you'd love to hire them, but you don't have infinite money. And the reality is, like, you're just gonna do way better with the guy or the group of people that have actually done this multiple times, know what kind of stuff we want, know how to work with our raiders with it, and tailor it to them. It would take any other weak aura creator being the main guy, like multiple tiers, to get to that level of flow and understanding what they want and what we want, because all players are different, that it just wouldn't be worth constantly changing and like trying people out and stuff, you know? Like you just get someone who's good at what they do and then they also have the experience. Same thing with raiders, honestly. Like I think it is probably impossible to recruit a healer that would do as well in their first raid as basically any competent race world first healer that's done this multiple times, because it's so hard, it's so unique to the race. And like if that person's like a pretty, like let's just say you have a healer in your guild who's done the race world first 5 times and they're in 80 out of 100, or that's not true, like that's relative to race world first. Let's say there's like they're a 95 out of 100 skill level, if you wanted to look at it like that, and then you replace that person with a 100 out of 100 skill level. That person in their first race would not outperform the person at 95, because race world first experience matters so much. So even if you're purely more skilled and more talented, experience really fucking matters, which is why really, really hard to recruit for that role. I would say most people you're working on with the guild require that. Like raid leading is super like that. If you were ever to like start, like take any functioning guild and replace like the raid leader that's done this like 10 plus times, like Scripe, with like someone who literally hasn't done this before, the guild would be so much fucking worse. Like that is that. And then same thing with like your really consistent players or your weak aura creator. All that stuff is like, experience in this is so important. If you were to replace all of it at once, it would be like you'd be trash, right? But even a few individual parts. Why does J.B show so much chest hair? That's a great question and related to what we were talking about. I think it's to be alpha. Does that mean Echo is screwed since they had to replace a healer? Probably less screwed than they were last raid having to... Yeah, but I mean, like, any guild... Bro, if your guild is replacing any, like, in the raid all the time player with someone who's new to this, especially at a tank and healer role, you're at a major disadvantage, right? Like that one tier that I think Ben quit and now quit, which was Aberrus. I was so glad that they also lost a tank, because like the idea of having a new tank in the race to world first is just terrifying. It could totally destroy all of your progression. But like I was like, okay, they're having to do it at the same time as us too. Turns out Yips was like a fucking banger, so it didn't matter. But that's really rare that someone plays like that in their first raid. Like, doesn't happen, kind of rare. Same thing when we've had new healers for raids. Like, we're so lucky to have had Zevi be able to swap healer, but then, like, for a long time, Mavie, and then obviously Suri, Nick, and Dryny for so long, right? Like, having consistency there is, like, fucking... You just need that shit. It's so important. Didn't Echo win a Murdersil with a new tank? We won Aberrus with a new tank. So I'm not saying you can't win in a raid where you have someone new. But also, I don't think they had a new tank. I think Andy's first tier was Aberrus. I could be wrong, though. So it was their second tier with Andy, I think. So with you guys swapping a healer this tier, it's someone on the team already. Do you think that makes a big difference because they have experience on a different role? That definitely matters. Like, the difference between, like, healing for the first time in the race versus doing the race at all, definitely a different situation, but, like, still, I think, really important. I think... But also, like, you don't know... Like, right, he's one of our 5 healers, and you haven't 5 healed a boss in a long time, right? So like maybe you play him, maybe you don't, but like we have the option to also run 4 healers that have been doing this for years too, right? Doesn't mean they're going to be playing on every boss, or maybe it does. I know Smacked is an absolutely insane player, but how come he's doing heals instead of destroying DPS meters? So number one, he asked to heal. We did not ask him to. So that means that's like he was passionate about it anyways. He was like, I want to do this, which is always something you want to see from leadership, like someone who has the drive to like do it on their own. But the reason why we were okay with that is it is significantly easier to recruit a DPS that is able to do this at this level than a healer. So if he's able to, and we know he's a good player and we know he's able to cover healing, you're much more likely to have a healer or a tank be someone re-roll from within your guild than actually recruit someone good enough. Because it's just extremely unlikely that you would. So the answer is because he wanted to, and also because you'd rather do that anyway. E-girls love healers. What a statement. How did Trill end up on your world first team? I mean, Trill's just been raiding here for years. I raided with Trill for the first time like 10 years ago in a random like sale run on Zul'jin, selling Imperator Margok. And then ended up recruiting him to my guild a couple years later. How do you keep tanks motivated during farm? I don't know. Tanking during farm turbo sucks, and I don't know how anyone does it. Even as for someone who did it for years. It's just simply not fun. How do you even remember Trill from a random sales run? I don't know. We did it like every week. You know? Max doesn't read YouTube, does he? Bro, I just proved you wrong. Get mad. Get fucking mad, YouTube L. You wonder if Tobo will be Druid or Evoker. Tobo can play a bunch of stuff. I mean, you can usually track what players are most likely to play in the race. Although, if you were ever just looking at any specific player, I think it would be really hard to tell. But I think it's easy if you know... Like, honestly, we know what Echo's playing, because, like, we... And I'm sure they do the same for us. We, like, track all of their players and, like, what characters they're making. And, like, if, like, right before a tier, a player levels, like, 3 or 4 monks or something, you're like, okay, they're probably heavily considering monk. And then if they nerf or buff monk, you'd have an idea of that. Or, like, you know what players are good at and bad at, generally, and, like, where that would fit in. Right? So you can know how close it is between what they would play just by, like, kind of following it. Actually, I mean, I don't know why I'm saying this. It might be harder for a viewer. I'm saying this from my perspective, where, like, you'd be willing to guess that we pay closer attention to what Echo is going to play than, like, you guys do, any of us, because we're in this, right? But usually players only have like 12 to 15 characters in there, split up. If you see someone with all mages, like, hey, they're probably playing a mage. If you see like 12 mages and 3 other alts, they're probably playing a mage. If you see 3 evokers, 4 druids, and 4 whatever, maybe it's between those, then you could use your knowledge of whatever you think the meta will be to see which one that would be. I'm blessed up coming out this tier? Ain't no way. Max, what does knowing what class Echo players are playing do for you? Potentially nothing, but like, so like Echo knows what they're doing, right? If we have an idea of what we're gonna do, and then if it looks like Echo's going to do something major or minorly different, you just simply ask yourself the question of why, and then testing that theory out makes you more confident about what you're doing, or also potentially is like, maybe we should consider this, right? Like kind of a, I mean, the easiest way to explain it would just be like two heads are better than one, right? Like we have an entire guild of people thinking about something, and even though most tiers were going to come to the exact same conclusion or very close, like there's always little things that a guild will understand more. There's like a build you maybe know about, the other one doesn't, or whatever, and like you get a small leg up at the beginning of the race. But yeah, I don't know. It's just they're obviously really good and smart at figuring stuff out. So if they're ever preparing something way different than what we are, it makes you ask questions and then therefore know more about what you're doing. Like, here's what doesn't happen. Like, some guild is leveling a bunch of something that you have no idea why it would be good, and you're like, oh wait, what? It's never that. It's like, oh, they really want to run 3 of that instead of like of this other thing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like small things of stuff you already know about usually, where tracking characters can give you some kind of information. What is it? You guys disagree most tiers? Mistweaver and Druid on Sark, Tank Comp on Ansarek, etc. Yeah, but disagreeing doesn't mean not understanding the other perspective or having thought about it yourself. Like, for example, we thought about bringing a prop paladin to completely remove that set of roots in P1, which is the primary reason you would do that, and also how bad or good DPS Druid is. But us coming to different decisions could be due to a variety of reasons, including how comfortable players are on certain characters, right? But it doesn't mean you'd be completely unaware that someone was thinking of doing something different. I also never said we always do the same thing. But I bet we'd all have similar conversations and maybe come to different conclusions, which is also a fun thing, right? Max, have you ever copied something Echo was doing and in hindsight you think it was the incorrect choice? No. I don't think we usually ever, like, and I don't think they do this either. I don't think you ever like copy what the other person is doing as much as like use what you were going to do and then look at what they do and you use information from them to alter what you're doing. But it's never like, usually it's not a hard copy. It's like something you'd thought of before. Not always, but yeah. But no, I don't think so. Because like in reality, if you're like copying something and you regret it, then you would have just not done it in the first place, hopefully. That's not saying that we've never, like, they've never done anything like better than us, right? Like there's scenarios where like they've had a better strat on a boss. I think there's scenarios where we've had a better strat on a boss. But usually it's not like you're going into a boss and you have the option to choose, right? Like maybe the 3rd or 4th ranked guild would be, where like there's already 2 defined things you can pick from. Usually you've already done a thing and then you're weighing, do we swap or do we optimize what we've already done? And that can be relearning, and it can be like, hey, are we going to do better trying this thing? A great example is Rygalon. We wake up in the morning and we had already like known the boss was killable with 5 healers, and we saw that they dropped to 4 healers, which is something we had considered but like didn't think was a better option for us. And then we wake up and see that they 4 healed it. So we're like, at that point you're like, okay, do you 4 heal it and know it's killable just like them, or do you continue with what you've already done? And the answer was to continue what we already did, which was the right choice. I think we would have killed it slower learning 4 healing, like it took them like 3 or 4 hours of getting good enough at it to do that, than actually optimizing the damage to kill it with 5, which was super true in reality. But even so, if you guys remember how that raid worked, we actually on our second pull of the morning did enough damage to kill it, but the boss had a variable enrage, meaning the enrage was supposed to be 7 minutes and 11 seconds long, but because of some weird fight queuing problems, the enrage could happen anytime from 7 minutes and 6 seconds all the way to 11, and it's just purely random, and Blizzard ended up fixing it to where it was always 11 only after we killed it. But on the second pull of the day, we had a 7 minute and 6 second enrage where we wiped it 0.2%. We ended up killing it later at 7 minutes and 10 seconds. Purely due to randomness. Oh, I gotta close my window. Crazy, my dogs didn't bark at that guy. Do you have a plan for how... Wait, what does that mean? Is that a D's nuts joke? Must be. Daylight savings. Isn't daylight savings going to be after the raid? When is daylight savings? March 9th? Oh shit, it is during the raid. Is it one of those where you get an extra hour of sleep or you lose an hour of sleep? Lose? Oh, fuck, that sucks. Okay, I don't know how that'll affect the race, but it won't be fun. Does it happen to both EU and NA? Or is it just an NA thing? Not a big time guy. NA only? Damn, that fucking sucks. You literally just wake up an hour later that day, it affects nothing. Oh, actually true. The only way it should actually matter is if... So here's what it really does. If it happens in the middle of a week, which I believe it does, all it will do was make you... As long as you keep your same sleep schedule, it will make you relatively 1 hour later on the reset. The only way you don't lose an hour of sleep is if you try to wake up earlier on the reset. If that makes sense. Which probably won't matter, right? The reset moves forward 1 hour too. That's what I mean. Like, basically, if you were to just completely ignore daylight savings, it would have zero effect on you until you think about how much later after the actual reset is that you're logging on, compared to when it actually comes out, right? You could convince yourself to be awake as soon as reset happens, but oftentimes we don't do that because losing sleep is not worth it. But also it's possible that there's maintenance on the second week, which there has been for multiple tiers now. And maybe the maintenance happens so late that you don't lose any sleep anyway. And you just can't even avoid that, so. If you lose, you can use it as an excuse. Yeah, basically, yeah, we could keep it in the back pocket. Like, no matter what, if we lose, even if it's by, like, a ton of time, we can just be like, but I mean, what about daylight savings, though? Yeah, I mean, that's easy. Fuck it. Just throw it out there. Max, do you guys think you are coming in as underdogs? Do you mean like how we feel as a guild or how the community... I mean, typically the people who win the previous race, the community is usually like they are the favorites to win the next one, at least historically. That's been true. But like internally, you don't view yourself as that. You never like think you're just going to win a race. That's like pretty stupid. You respect every guild and know that they can do really well, but that doesn't really change anything because you still just have to do as well as you can. You would just never want to be complacent and think that you automatically win no matter what, and like don't take things as seriously, but like we're not stupid enough to do that. Method are kind of the underdogs every race. Yeah, and it used to be pieces, but like I think until you win a race, obviously anyone competing in the race is an underdog. Until they're proven that they can win, you know. Because like I think going into most races, you could not think anyone's a favorite and think Liquid or Echo could win the race, and that's pretty much always been true. Isn't it the other way around though? Like if you win one, you're more likely to slack a bit in the next one. I think what you're referring to is like it's easier to improve on your failures when you lose versus when you win. And there's a little bit of that. I don't think it's like pure complacency on purpose. It's just like when you lose, it's easy to identify something you did wrong as a mistake, where when you win, because what you did as a whole worked, it's hard to identify a specific thing and be like, that needs to be worked on. But we've won a lot and lost a lot, so it's quite easy, in my opinion, to like, for me, it didn't used to feel this way. Like after the first time we won, I don't think we were as productive because you just haven't been there before. Maybe, I don't know. It's a long time ago, but like in this raid, or just in general, the end of raids, whether you win or lose, feels exactly the same to me as far as like your post-mortem and identifying problems and coming up with solutions. It feels exactly the same. I don't think that's really a thing, but like maybe deeply psychologically that can be true. Like I know our players are like willing to do more degenerate stuff coming off a loss than they are off of a win historically. At least a few years ago that was true. Like I felt like we wanted to do less going into Sanctum of Domination because we just won 2 tiers in a row and they were our first 2 wins, you know? And then after Sanctum, it was like, we're going to try so fucking hard. It's insane. And maybe that was just because of the patch and some other things, but it could have definitely been because of that too. What would your thoughts be if somehow Method was able to win the race? Has there been any tight where the 3rd place team recently Method has come up with a better strat for a boss? I think it's fair to say that Method last year, I can tell you that we had considered double blood DK, but weren't super positive on their ability to live in a 2-tank double blood DK strat. We were 3-tanking at the time for Brood Twister. And then Method was the first guild out of Echo or us to try double blood DK. And then after they did that, Echo and us swapped to it. So you could say that they came up with that strat and other people did it after. But I think that's the first time it's ever happened. So kind of significant. Hey Max, this is the WoW community team from South Korea. We have sent an email to Liquid, Team Maximum, and you directly, but we have not received any reply. Has the mail been sent? We want to confirm it. Thank you. I don't ever read any emails or anything like that, so I couldn't tell you, man. Good luck, though. Secret Gallywix phase, you gotta race him on the Rainbow Road. So true, bro. Do you think Echo had a better Kaiveza strat in hindsight? I think slightly, but not nearly as much as... Like, the main thing that their strat is sick for is it looks symmetrical and way better, and I'm obsessed with making fights symmetrical. So when I saw that, I was like, God damn it, I wish I thought of that. But I think in practical, like which one was easier to learn and do and execute, I don't think that like saved them a bunch of pulls over ours. But ours was definitely uglier, and I think that matters. That matters to me because you want to make a great strat, and you also want it to like be symmetrical if possible, and always have a rule for everything that makes sense and is consistent. Hey Max, this is the one. Oh, it's just the South Korea thing being spammed. W. Have you ever thought about a scenario where Echo and Liquid have never seen each other's strats? Yeah, I mean, it was like a really common conversation once. It was after Eternal Palace, which was the first raid that both of us streamed. And basically the idea was... Basically, you'd have to take both guilds to the same facility. You'd have to have strict monitoring, and you'd have to, like, block all external communications like Discord and Twitter, and you basically only have the guilds just basically raid in a black box with no outside communication except for each other until it's over. Which would be cool for one reason, that it would, like, you would see very different strats for things, because so much is just influenced by what other people will do. And that would be the benefit, but it's also just completely unrealistic and would also never happen. And it would be impossible to police. Like, someone would just send a screenshot of what someone else is doing, and it would just somehow get through. If you and Stripe switched guilds, do you think you'd be able to lead Echo better or Stripe lead Liquid better? Dude, I don't know. I think I would be terrible at leading Echo. Like I think they would hate that, and I think our guild would absolutely hate Scripe leading them. The the way that both of us work is distinctly different, and I think over years your guild gets used to that, and it would be so jarring to get used to the opposite thing, and I think everyone would hate it. I don't know. Max, what if Gallywix's secret phase made us use Drive? Number one, we'd know about it due to data mining. Number two, something tells me that would be dog shit. Even though the only example of a really hard boss using something like Drive, I think was positive. Like, Tindril, you could dislike Tindril for a lot of reasons, but I think the flying part of Tindril was great and a really good integration of dragon riding. It could have been so much worse. But then on the other hand, it's shit in Dawnbreaker. Interesting. I don't know how good or bad of a dungeon Dawnbreaker is. I didn't really play in that season, but I know that, or I guess this season. But I remember in Dragonflight, that one dungeon that was Dragonflighty, that was like you just dragon rode the whole time. That dungeon was not well liked, but in my opinion, it had nothing to do with dragon riding. It was due to a bunch of different reasons, but dragon riding wasn't one of them. I don't know if I don't know if Dawnbreaker is a bad dungeon or not, but then even if it's a bad dungeon, I have no idea if it's because of dragon riding. Max, what do you think about the current Evoker state after the Aug nerfs? Neither spec looks strong, but you need one in raid for the buff. Which one would you take if current balance wanted to raise? So I'm obviously not going to answer that question. But you did say something interesting. Neither spec looks strong, but you need one in raid for the buff. Do you? Do you need one Evoker in the raid for the buff if they weren't good enough? It's an interesting question. I could see a completely logical person that's very knowledgeable about WoW rating make an argument that you actually don't need any Evoker stuff, and someone that says, like, even if the spec is bad, you still need like 1 to 2 Evokers on every fight, and it's the right thing because their utility is just cracked. I could see both of those being totally valid. Why is Max not answering any comp questions for the race? Does he really think his chat will leak strats to other guilds? Yeah. It's not that they could watch my stream. It's actually because this is a locked down stream. Someone would have to leave this stream and then intentionally leak it to them. They wouldn't be able to find it on their own. Yeah. But also, yeah, there's plenty of reasons to keep stuff close to your chest. Number one, why wouldn't you? You can only potentially hurt yourself by doing it. And second, there's a ton of examples of guilds knowing things that other guilds don't. Just there's so many potential things to know that a couple things can slip through the cracks. They can be important, not important, you know? Like showing all of your prep doesn't serve you any benefit whatsoever, and it is proven that it could help you. So why would you ever do it, right? Sang plays like 7 or has 7 to 8 dev evokers ready to go, they're definitely running one. So you know one of our 30 players is most likely playing a certain spec, I guess, but how do you even know that means we're going to play that person, right? We have 30 raiders. So how, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even if you knew exactly what one player was playing, you don't even know if they're in the raid, right? Someone in YouTube chat says, I think Fire Death will be mage. I don't know, though. Yeah, that's a pretty good chance, right? But maybe there's a tier where that doesn't happen. Funny story, we recruited Fired Up as a mage, and in his first tier ever in the guild, he was a Shadow Priest. Max, have you ever leaked anything really important? Yeah, I think going into Dragonflight, I accidentally had like one of our important spreadsheets open, and I had made a sketch of what I thought the best comp would be for Razageth. And I had just like opened up Firefox, and it was just on my screen. And it literally, I couldn't even get around it. It literally said best comp. No troll. Like the words best comp, and then it showed the comp. Luckily, this was multiple months before Dragonflight released, and the meta and the correct comp significantly changed from that point, but I still felt really fucking stupid. Have you ever thought about leaking something intentionally with some disadvantage info? No. Because then that would just make me look stupid, and our competition is smart enough to know that it's bait. So, like, kind of a lose-lose. Max, you give herbalism and mining vibes. Bro, I don't know what the fuck that means, but I think it's